Welcome. Sorry about that, everybody. We're having a little bit of difficulties this morning. Um, Most of that is tied to the fact that, as you might notice, our stream resolution has changed. So we're going to be adjusting to that as we go. Bit rates and frame rates and resolutions and such should be a lot more stable on YouTube. Aside from changing aspect ratios, it really shouldn't have much of an impact on our Twitch side. I will try and monitor it. Speaking of, I should probably check now, just to make sure everything is looking good as we go, just to monitor, stream health and things like that. But let me know if you notice any issues with it. The monitoring tools are pretty good, but they're not perfect. So if you notice anything, just let me know. Um, like I said, it should be a lot more stable now. The That's about it actually for stream updates. There's not a whole lot that I've changed since our last stream. Just resolution and then, tweaking scenes to match the new resolutions changes. We did have some updates for game jam stuff. So ended up not submitting over the weekend. And the reason for that is while I was going through and building and working on the game, I got it to a prototype point, which took a lot longer than I'd hoped. Which, of course, is because we weren't using an engine. I learned some interesting things. Here, I'll pull up some code stuff so we can talk through what we learned there. Let me switch scenes over. Let's see if it'll let me open code. That's a window resolution we want, right? This is stuff I want to work on. We'll get to this in a little bit. So we had some interesting problem solves while we were going through here. The big one I want to share that I worked on over the weekend is the card manager stuff. This one was a fun one to build out. Oh, we want the CPP file. So the bulk of this logic is fairly straightforward. The Let me just collapse things down so we can shuffle through it in a cleaner fashion. Obviously, our constructors. This is just a helper function for creating our card objects, so we can ignore that. And this initializes these clear an individual deck by type, which we store the decks by their type, which I change. So the reason I didn't submit, let's start there. When I was going through and building things out, I got to the point of being prototypable, and the it was just not fun. It was not fun at all. I would go so far as to say it was actively unfun. um, the I think the core concept is fine, but trimming the mechanics down to just the card system removed any aspect that made it enjoyable. And so I think a roguelike business tycoon simulation is would still be fun. It just can't be exclusively the card system. And for a one button game jam where like introducing I guess two things there. One, we were too late to really introduce any changes to core mechanics. We took way too long to get to a prototyping phase. Um, Second, the we had a lot of because of the one button restriction, we couldn't really do a lot of things that we would normally be able to do in that kind of situation, um, because there's no character controls. Like, how do you, like, we could have had it where in some cases it shows the card menu, some cases it doesn't. What do we do in between those? That's all new core mechanics, new visuals, new art, everything, which we just didn't have time for. But also, how do we then make it like, how do you choose when to perform actions? Do we just have it like Game Dev Tycoon where it's just static? You press space, it brings up a menu. Tab through menu, select option. That seems, yeah, it's a little bit more than the card system, but it's just navigating menus still. And that was the issue I ran into, is that wasn't a fun system. Yeah, it would have been more visibly pleasing, but also it required more time spent on art. So I just couldn't find a way that didn't require an absolute full rewrite to make that work. So I started pivoting and looking more into like down the Balatro line of card games. And I didn't want to just try and clone something like Balatro, for a couple of reasons. One, that's not particularly fun to me, and two, it would have required a lot of assets creation and mechanics additions that I wouldn't have had time for. We did, with this card system, which we'll go over here in a minute. We did have the ability to introduce. Technically, we have everything we need to build Balatro from a technical standpoint. So I could have gone that route, but I didn't. I didn't want to just clone that. I did end up coming up with a bit of a card system game that, I mean, it works. It's not enjoyable or fun. I also removed the settings button because I didn't have any settings configured. Um, but you pop into it. It's the same Balatro style where the cards you play are buffered in an action system and then points are applied. So each card you choose has a point modifier of some kind that order based on stack. This is all going to come out to like very low point. Um, Order based on stack, like as you add it to the queue, is the order of operations that happen. Um, and then I added uh, this one I called Echo, which is it just duplicates the last card played. Um, and then in here somewhere, oh, it just looped. So a couple things I found with that. It's really boring and bland without some sort of visual indicator going on. And so we would have had to add a whole bunch of animations, visuals, and things like that to make it even remotely interesting from a visual interaction standpoint, which would have been better from a player feel. The win conditions, you can kind of see it over here. Um, each round that we go through, and this is the stuff that would have just been visual HUD. But to save time on passing around stuff like that, I literally just had it log out. That way I could rapidly iterate on gameplay mechanics until I found something that was enjoyable, which I couldn't. Um, we've got a target we're going for, the score you earned on the last, like during the round, and then, or sorry, your total score, and then this round score is always zero because of when I'm executing on it. I shifted it up earlier, and it would have been round score is 38 and score is zero, so that's what I was doing for testing. The Like I said, it's all around card-based combinations, but they're all sequentially added to the stack and then executed on the stack. In order to make this enjoyable, it would have had to evolve into essentially Balatro or some like alternative, like the core mechanic would have been identical, is the problem, in order to make it enjoyable. And like I said, one, complexity limited our capability on doing that because it would have required a lot of visual updates, which we just didn't have time for. And two, I didn't want to just one-to-one clone an existing game. And like I said, I just couldn't make it work. So that's the main reason I didn't submit. The second reason that I didn't just go ahead and take this, I mean, there are no, oh, you guys can't see this. I forgot I changed my resolution, so I had to downsize portion of my screen. Say, this is what I was talking about on the score. So it's just printing it to the terminal right now. That was to save time, so I could rapidly iterate on these things. And so I went through a few different designs on how the system would work, and eventually landed on this, which works. Like I said, not enjoyable, but it works. Uh, the reason I'm not submitting this, or I didn't submit this, because it would have been yesterday sometime. Um, the main reason is that Saturday it was like 1 or 2 o'clock, so we're at this point 26 hours remaining until end of the game jam. I had it at this state, and don't get me wrong, that was more than enough time to go and add the UI elements to render out text because we already built those. I just need to add a reference and update it. Um, Change backgrounds, start adding character art, things like that. I could have done it, but we still would have had a game that wasn't enjoyable. Like it was just extremely boring to play because I wouldn't have had time to go and build all the animations to make the numbers go burr style work. It also would have been super simple still. And it would have just felt like a cheap knockoff of Balatro, and that's not what I was going for, and that's not what I want to build. And so I lost a lot of motivation on that one, and then I came to the conclusion that everything I wanted to do this game jam, barring submission, has been done. I picked up all the technical things. I built some art assets. They're not complex art assets, but they are in there. It is all functional. And so there's not a lot of reason for me to go through the path of finishing this when I'm just going to make something I'm not happy with anyways as the end result. And I would have, and I did. I preferred to spend that time with my family and looking for next project ideas. And so this comes back to sometimes you just got to know when to stop working on things. And this was one of those times for me. Uh, we likely won't reuse any of this stuff because I think moving forward, the plan is going to be to utilize uh, Godot. Speaking of Godot, I should just double check that I actually have Godot installed. I'll let that run in the background. We've got uh, jumping into the code side of this. Like I said, we did get through and come to a few different concepts that, or I'll complete some things on the technical side that I was particularly happy with. Let me just run that. All right. The deck shuffling stuff was pretty interesting. How we're housing and shuffling these things, and so we everything is stored as pointers, so it's a vector of pointers, and we have this shuffle system which is just randomizing. This is just a standard function. So begin in, and then we're using our randomizer. This was pretty fun to build. The card drawing is interesting. More importantly, how we store the cards is the most interesting thing. So we have this resolve stack. Um, all of our cards have this mutate or callback function, which takes in the current game state and the previous card. And this is so that we can do the echo because it clones the previous card. The all of the cards in the deck, as you draw them, so this is just a check to see if we have any cards remaining. Um, Draw cards. Here we go. So as you draw them, we push all the cards into the discard pile. We So this iterates through all of them. And then we also show these, return them out. And so we actually don't get rid of the card, we just shuffle around their location, is the important thing here. And so we keep available cards, discarded cards, and our stack. We then add a pointer reference into the discard. We move it from the available and push it into the discard pile. So that's what this does. And then we render out pointer references to show. We then take a pointer reference when we call add to stack, and we add a reference into the stack for our different deck types. Once it's in the stack, we can resolve this, which will iterate through them sequentially from beginning to end, so the order they were added, first in, first out style. And we call the mutator on it. This allows us to do all of the deck information through a stack system in one location and manage it all. At any point in time, we can get the state of the deck, we can fetch cards from it, we can resolve all that stuff. This goes back to how our card entity is structured. I moved some stuff to here for rendering variables and things like that. The card is pretty simplistic. It has a state for its animation stuff, and then it's a render, which ties into state, and then it maintains a entity type for how I do the rendering. We saw all this in our renderer a while back. So it doesn't really do anything important except for where we add our mutator as a, takes in game start, takes in game state and previous card. This is where all the logic for cards exist. If we go back to card manager where we initialize, there's this big switch statement. I just did it all inline here to keep it simple for me. I changed the texture to be a referential point, so each different card has its own texture. I then reuse this to introduce the game logic. I'm then providing this because this is a callback. This gets provided as part of being passed in by reference. So in a Lambda function, you can pass in the variables that should be provided from this context above it where it's created, as well as the methods that are provided when it's called. So this gets sent to it upon call. We then, for weird typing concern reasons, I had to do, these are void stars that get converted to their proper, I'm not sure why I had to do this. I tried using the pointers directly. All the references I found that people were using use void star and do this conversion, and I couldn't get it to work without it, so I just use it. These are the game states that passed in and updated as things go. So when the mutator's called, this is provided. This is upon creation of the card, this gets set. And so we know this is the texture to be used, therefore we can use this game logic. So anytime we want to add a new card, we create a texture reference, which means we create a texture image, and so all the cards have their images. We save it, we load it into the texture manager, yada yada, and then we add a switch case for that texture in here. And so this gives us the ability to go through and do all of the game logic for each individual card. So like I said, as if we wanted to add cards, we just add the texture, duplicate to add the new, a new case for the new texture, and then write our card logic. So this is the card Echo, where it just grabs the previous card, if there is one, and then runs its mutator. So previous card's mutator with the game state, and then we do not provide it a previous card because we could, I guess, um, if we change this. No, we don't provide it because, well, it would be interesting to allow echoes to chain back and duplicate that way. Um, the problem we run into is twofold. One, we would need to change how this is done to allow us to have card references going further back. And two, which I mean we could do. We're inside of the card manager, so I can change this from texture to this, and we get access to everything on card manager, which houses the entire stack. So all we would need to do is start providing the like where are you in the stack, and then we can recreate its position, which would allow us to get all cards before it. So it is something we could do in here with fairly low amount of effort, but we only add one echo to your deck, so there's no point. In a future where this become if I were to go down the path where this becomes an unlock in a roguelike style, maybe because you would in theory be able to add multiple cards, which you can do. There's nothing preventing. I don't do it in here, but there's nothing preventing just adding a case for it, and then whenever you want a new card, add card, push, call create, provide the texture, and then just push it into the correct deck, and you have a new card in there. So we can dynamically add and remove cards from these decks quite easy. Uh, oh, this is the other special card, which is I call it Worm. Um, the alternative to Worm as a noun, there's a verb version of it, is which is to call someone a worm, which is calling them weak. So I got the idea on this one that it would just take your target and reduce it. So it weakens the goal. And so it is reduced by 20%. Um, this was the entire logic for the game. So anytime I wanted to iterate through one of these, I just rewrote this. I even reused these textures for a little while until I landed on something that felt like a functional game, even if it wasn't particularly enjoyable. If I needed more decks, I could just add more decks. If I had to use more decks in different ways and I couldn't just reuse these functions, then I had to, of course, go and change how that was done. Um, but yeah, so it was iterating through these with the three deck style of currently available cards, discarded cards, and then like used cards, like the stack was pretty straightforward. I just could not turn this into anything enjoyable. But it was an interesting project to work on. It is fully decoupled from the renderer. So technically card manager, um, technically all of these except for main and texture manager. Or sorry, no, yeah, texture manager. Main, texture manager, and screen manager are the only ones that perform uh, render-based logic. So I could take game manager. This would I'd probably want to keep on the main thread, to be honest, because it's got the event handler in it, and have this trigger calls to our card manager, for example, perform actions. And I did in game manager because I wasn't using them. I did strip out a lar. I guess it was technically in scene manager. I did strip out the majority of the scenes, which simplified it down to the main menu, the gameplay loop pages, and then the summary pages, which don't. These are all empty right now. The selector stayed the same. It like iterating on this once it was in place was fairly simple. That doesn't mean the mechanics are good though. Uh, it is all functional. We don't have any issues. As far as I'm aware, there are no bugs. I tested it for a little while, but like I said, it's not particularly enjoyable. It's not like it's so simplistic that like one playthrough and you'd hit. I think you'd hit every edge case. So, like I said, not particularly enjoyable, not particularly large project. It hit everything I wanted to do with it. I feel fairly comfortable with my C++. I'm not going to be like winning any awards on my code quality or anything like that. The only thing I haven't picked up that I would like to still play around with at some point is um, multi-threading, but any of the games we're going to be building either are going to be so small I don't care. Like there's no, it's overkill, or they're going to be too large to do without a game engine. So I'm better off getting comfortable in Godot, or I could use any other game engine if I really wanted to, but Godot is what I'm going to be using. And then I can add, they have an extension to allow you to run C++ code in Godot. I will be using GDScript because one of the big complaints I had about this is tied to, so if I, the CMake build process is a pain in the ass. But if I just do a make clean, here we go. Having to do this every time I make a small change and wait for this process to go, like it is tedious. So going through that every single iteration is just this giant pain in the ass. And as the project gets bigger, that takes longer and longer and longer. Um, it's just not done, by the way. So I don't want to have to deal with that. It's just too tedious. I'm used to being able to move much quicker than that, and Godot doesn't have that problem. So it gives the option, if we need to, that we can write C code and run it on a thread and do all these heavy duty computations running in the background and then just pass the data back to Godot. That is an option we have, but it's not required in a game engine like Godot. And so that's why I plan on doing that. The majority of our code will be in GDScript. As much as it can will be on the engine side anyways for visual stuff, but obviously I'm gonna have to do a lot of programming anyways. That's what we'll likely be doing moving forward when it comes to game dev. I do still plan on fiddling around and getting up in caught up on Godot and running through our game jams. I might remove the incremental game jam. I wasn't particularly sold on that anyways. I'm not an incremental. Where are my tabs at? I'm not a fan of incremental games to begin with, so it doesn't particularly make sense that I would even join that anyways. So let me. I'm very tired. Game jams. All right. So the plan was to do these two. This starts in 14 days, lasts 7 days. This starts in 5 days, lasts 14 days. So these two overlap by 5 days to be exact. And so my intention was to just to fill the time to jump into to take on this game jam. But I've been thinking and thinking and thinking. I just cannot. I know they haven't released the themes yet, but I just cannot come up with any ideas that would be fun for an incremental game. It's not a genre I've ever particularly enjoyed or been interested in or spent time playing, which makes it really hard for me to come up with good ideas on mechanics and things like that. And mechanics are what are the most interesting to me, to be honest. Uh, the rest of it is, for lack of a better word, set dressing. Um, Not to belittle it in any way. It is the visuals will make or break a game, but real good visuals don't really offer much if there's no game behind it. You know what I mean? Uh, some games can get around it to an extent, but it's not that they don't have game mechanics that aren't polished and fleshed out. It's that they just don't put those as the front and foremost system in the game. I like thinking platformers, for example. The mechanics behind platformers are pretty damn simplistic. But if they didn't exist, you still wouldn't have a platformer. You know what I mean? Um, so it's not like you can completely ignore them. You don't have to put it as your primary mechanic. Like if you look at Dwarf Fortress, for example. Dwarf Fortress in its first iteration, like this is not a pretty game. This was what Dwarf Fortress looked at like for years, back when I played it even. And this is actually the upgraded graphics. The original one was pure ASCII. This at least they replaced the character models so that you can see like the logs and the grass and some things. The original one was like even worse than that. Worse isn't the right word for it. It was intentionally simplistic. Is this? I think this is it. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. So this is what Dwarf Fortress looked like when it came out. It is hard to follow a game that looks like this, but this is one of the most complex games ever created. And it's not that, I mean, looking at you wouldn't think that, but once you start playing it, you realize like they simulated blood vessels in the dwarves. Like that's all in code going on in the background. And that's why the damage systems, you can have dwarves that like lost limbs. They can get their teeth knocked out. There was a and I love this bug. This is my favorite bug that's ever happened at, across anything I've ever heard. There was a bug in Dwarf Fortress at one point in time, and that bug was drunken cats. They couldn't figure out what was going on and why all the cats were constantly drunk. Well, the main problem is that the cats were showing symptoms of alcohol poisoning, which is a mechanic in the game, from ingesting too much alcohol in relation to the character's constitution and like physical makeup and stuff like that. Like you would expect if you drink if you give a glass of or a mug of beer to a cat, like that mug will do nothing to me, but it would kill a cat from alcohol poisoning just off of size differences between us. So that was an existing system that they implemented. And so it would take the physical makeup and constitution of a creature and compare it to the alcohol consumed, both from the sense of like volume or like quantity as well as the like alcohol content. But the cats weren't drinking alcohol, obviously. It's not like they could like alcohol was passed around and drank through mugs in the game. So how were they doing this? Well, you could spill any liquid in the game. And when the dwarves were drinking or getting mugs or doing whatever, like pouring drinks, they would sometimes spill alcohol. These were all mechanics to make it realistic and follow the game rules and all that stuff. And then the cats would walk through said alcohol, and anytime any creature walks through a liquid, they would track it, and so their paws were covered in alcohol. Well, cats were coded in with a mechanic where they would clean themselves. So if they got a liquid on them, they would go find a spot and clean their paws. So the bug came down to cats would walk through spilt alcohol, get it on their paws, and then go clean their paws, which would cause them to ingest the liquid. And thus you had drunk cats. So like that is the most hilarious interaction of systems leading to a outcome of being a bug that I think I've ever seen. Um, I'm not sure what their resolution was to fix that and the path they took, but you no longer have just drunk cats everywhere in Dwarf Fortress, so they did something. I'm not sure if it was just cleaning themselves no longer counts as ingesting. I'm not sure, but it's the systems like this. This entire game is just overlapping systems. And so graphics, this is a super enjoyable game. It's hard to play when it looks like this, and so the more modern, um, the more modern uh, character sets, which make it a little more usable, at the very least. They also have you can get some mods that will replace them with actual. They're still very simplistic, but you can get mods that will replace it with graphics. They are working on I believe they're working on a game, a remake of it right now. Let me see if I can find where to put my Steam page. Yes, you can buy this on Steam. Um, Here's the modernized version of it. So, like, it looks much more playable now, and that's not what I'm into. So this is the modern take on it. Um, it is a much more visually appealing game now. That system's like, the game modern computers have advanced to the point to where they can run these kinds of computations on the CPU in the background and still be able to render things to a screen. Uh, the it it makes these kinds of games when they update to this point, it makes the ability to like the bar to entry goes down, and so it makes it a lot more accessible. But the reality is that this kind of set dressing isn't required for this style of game that is built around mechanical systems. Another game that comes to mind that actually looks good in my opinion is let's see if I can find it. What is the here you go. Rain World. This is a Rain World, like Dwarf Fortress, is a mechanics game. And what I mean by that is the entire game is built around and relies on a very, very in-depth mechanical system that the entirety runs off of. And so, hey, welcome. We're talking projects and what we're doing moving forward. But Rain World is built around its mechanical systems. That is, it might not look like it because it comes in as a its core design is a platformer. But in order to create that game, they simulate entire ecosystems. And so you can be playing through that game, moving around, and as you saw there, climbing and trying to hunt and survive. And if a predator runs into another predator, they'll stop and fight. They'll fight over prey. And then in the entire time you're playing, in the background across the entire world, all of those simulations are happening in all of the ecosystems in every location. They are just not showing it. on the screen. So it's a like very complex game. The mechanical systems are very in depth, but it doesn't look like it visually. It's rather simplistic from a visual standpoint. I mean, it is. I think it's a good looking game. I like that art style they went with, but it is a very computationally complex game in the background, which we can do. That is more down the line of what I'm interested in, to be honest, but it's going to be a while before I think I end up doing any of that. But that's long story short. Moving forward, we're going to be using, I think we're going to be using Godot for game dev. It'll help us get to our prototyping phase much faster, which is the important thing. And so if we'd gotten to the prototyping phase on like day one or day two, I would have been able to immediately identify the flaws in the game concept, and we could have avoided this outcome. Um, yes, we would have to scope down whatever we built based on the fact we'd lost 2 days, but that's fine. At least we would have gotten something submitted instead of getting to the end and looking at it and being like, this is hot garbage. Mechanically sound, but gameplay is just not there. So between now and like I said, we're most likely going to skip the incremental game jam, which means we have like 14 days. Between now and then, we're looking at Christmas is coming up later this week. I am going to be taking time off during that to spend with family and friends, so I will not be streaming. I might stream on Christmas Eve, we'll see, but Christmas Day through that weekend, so the 25th through the 28th, I will not be streaming those days. Um, the 5th of January is when the 1-bit game jam starts. And the core concept for that is you only have two colors, so black and white is the most common in that genre. Going back to the first iteration of Game Boys, it was black and green, if I remember correctly. Stuff like that. Those fit into the 1-bit category. The like monochromatic screens where it's either on or off. That's the core mechanic, or sorry, a hard requirement that all games must follow in that game jam. The that starts on the 5th. I would like to join in on that one. The which gives us 2 full weeks. Like I said, this week is going to be like a half week. We'll stream today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Um, and then next week, I intend to stream the full week. And then on Monday, the January 5th, is when we will officially start the game jam. Let me see if I can pull up when they will be announcing the game jam topic. Game jams. 4 minutes from now in 14 days. So 11 a.m. So we will be on stream for about an hour before they release the theme. So that is perfectly timed for us. So we will be doing this. That is the one of the two. That is the one I'm looking forward to joining. Like I said, the incremental game jam. I'm not a auto clicker, or sorry, not auto clicker. I'm not a incremental, so like number go up, cookie clicker style or idle game style gamer. Like I said, I enjoy mechanical systems. I enjoy building mechanical systems. I enjoy playing with mechanical systems. And that's the opposite of mechanical systems in most cases. It's repeat, click a button, upgrade something so that your button clicks do the same thing but more. Numbers get bigger, and that's about it. Uh, I don't, like I said, I don't enjoy that. So joining a game jam based around that doesn't make sense. between now and then, because that means we have, a week and a half of stream time to fill, I am going to be knocking out a few things with the Discord bot. This is not in C++. This Discord bot is a combination of TypeScript and JavaScript, depending on where you're at in the code. Some of it is, I mean, I say legacy code. It's not that it's necessarily legacy code. It is dated and needs to be rewritten. I have a task in here to do some refactoring at some point. To be more precise, it was not meant to be permanent, and like I was just doing a thing to get a job done and not thinking about it, and then it turned into it exists as a thing. It has existed for like 6 months in production, so uh, that's fairly usual for software. My prototype to fiddle around with things turned into something that has just lived in production ever since. Go figure. So try not to judge me too much on that. We have two tasks I want to take on. One of these is I maintain our Discord for Kingshot for our server. We've got an alliance that wants to join the Discord server. I haven't added automated systems to be able to build out alliance structures yet, so we need to spin up the. I think I'm just going to create an alliance tag for them per their requests, so this shouldn't take long. And then we've been having. I'll show you. Let me find my Discord tab. Here it is. Make sure there's not anything you guys can't see on here. Is actual proper Discord gonna load for me? So I was having issues with Discord there for a bit, in that the Discord on Linux does not like updating, which Discord doesn't jive well with. If you're not updating, then they don't want you, using Discord apparently, which was causing a bunch of issues. It does appear to be working now. The main reason I want to use it is because it will hide. It's supposed to have a streamer mode, which will hide some details, but it doesn't look like it's working. It is currently enabled. Interesting. All right. Well, let's find it. Giveaway codes. All right. This is our giveaway channel. It is primarily driven by being hooked into Kingshot's giveaway. So this comes directly from their server. It follows this exact format every time. And so what the bot does is it detects this string match, and when it sees the string match, it injects a little icon. If you click this icon, it will redeem a gift code for you. That's what the bot does. As you can see, we have a gift code here. This didn't work because it doesn't have this exact little gift in front of it. And then this one didn't work because it has two spaces, not one space here. Which this is an easy fix. I can do change the regex to capture on any amount of white space. That's not a big problem. The bigger problem here is that knowing that you need to follow this structure gift code with the phrase gift code after it to get the bot to register because there's no way for me to detect it aside from it gave me text. I can look at the text. Uh, that that's the main limitation that we're going for here. And so the solution, as mentioned by one of my friends in here, is create a slash command for it. And so the idea here is that we can add a slash command that will build out the structure. So we don't have to worry about people knowing what it is. You can just run slash gift code or whatever, and it will print that for you. I don't think I have this project cloned, so no, we're gonna have to do that. So that's what we're gonna be working on today, or at least for the next 30 minutes to an hour. Uh, this project, I believe, yes. Git clone. Before we dive into this, though, I need to refresh my coffee. So let me just get things set up real quick, and I'm gonna go. Help me. Oh, yep. Let's try that again in the correct folder. All right. I am going to go grab some more coffee because I'm out, and then we'll dive into this. I'm gonna go ahead and start my music, and then I will be right back. And we're back. Okay, so this over here so I can remember what I'm doing. Let's start with the easier of the two. We are going to interesting. I'm not sure why it created two of these. Oh, XPE. And then we are going to because I can never remember what these are supposed to be. We're just going to clone. We don't need many permissions, to be honest. All right, the base one actually requires a decent number of permissions. All right, we didn't save that. So we now have a member block here. That's all we have to do. Task done. All right, now for the harder one. Let me find my test server. Here's my test server. This is where we're going to be testing all this stuff at. Hi, just so you guys are aware. Let's do a new command. What I'm going to do is user command. No, I forgot to change how I structured these. These are commands about users, not user commands. One of these is I think this one, yeah. I need to grab the, oh right, it would help if I node version. Do I have node installed? npm version. I have node installed, but not npm. Interesting. I didn't realize you could install node without npm. Well, let's get our environment set up for doing web stuff. Perl command. All right. Got NVM installed. Oh, I guess I can switch over to here so you guys can see this as well. NVM version. Boom. NVM list. NVM ls remote. This is what we want. Install 24.12. Use will assign it, but I don't remember what the command is to set it to default. Speaking of, do I have an NVMRC in here? I don't. Maybe I should do that. NVM use 24.12 save. Alright. npm-v. There we go. Now we have npm. We also have our NVMRC. Oops. So let's grab this. Let's add a new these will be our user commands. If I remember correctly, this is the first portion of it. So let's do Obet. Let's call it /Obet. This is going to be a command for I forgot what we're doing already. A gift code. Let's house the user the commands available to users. Set context. If I remember correctly, set context is defining where this command can be run. And so this means that you can only call this command when sent through your Discord server. So let's add a sub command that is gift code. That's a gift code entry to the Add string option, that's what it is. Code, gift code to add, required true. Okay, and then we should be able to pop that. We don't need to know options here. We need to error context. This is the format I use for my error codes, right? Yes. We're good on that. Not guild return. Okay, so we don't need to. We do need this. We need this because this command should only be available to certain paid tier subscriptions, which I need to Discord bot. Let me find developer portal stuff. Applications. Obet. I don't want to share this actually. There are things in here that you guys can't see, even though it would make it easier to put it on my main screen. Store? No. Excuse. I need to remember. Actually, it'd be easier if I did it the other way. Let's find giveaway. Where in here do let's notify user, monitor. It is this feature. Which is tied to a FAC flag. Beta. This is also beta already. Okay, good. All right. So if you don't have beta access, then it's going to reject out. If it didn't provide guild, so somehow you're not in the context correctly, it'll bail out on that. So this one is a valid error case. Like someone's calling a command that shouldn't have access to the command. This one is an invalid error case, which is why I return something to user on this one and I don't on this one. This is just a sanity check. This is where in C++ code I would be using an assert, but we don't have assert in TypeScript. All right. It's been a little while since I worked on this, so it's going to come back slowly. I need to publish to a channel. That channel is going to be determined by user settings, which are going to be stored in Dynamo. So we need to be looking at this is all channels. So this is how we fetch our channels object for all channels that have been configured in your Discord. We then all right, and channel ID. We need to know if you have FAC access enabled, which checks for premium feature. So we should instead FAC access. I can skip. So the bypass flag, if I remember correctly, the bypass flag here is for checking, swapping between. Oh, do I just literally alias this here? Interesting. I don't know why I do that. I know why I do that because I modify it. So bypass, what we do is if you are bypassing, then it skips the check on our FAC. So we have FAC control, which are settings in the server saying what features are enabled or disabled. And then separate from that, we have like entitlements is what Discord calls them, which is the subscription level. So if you're paying for a subscription, then you get things like API basic access. Um, this gives you access to the API features built into the bot. This gives you access to the admin features built into the bot, and so on and so forth. And so we have some features are locked to, like some FAC flags are locked, like they're always enabled as long as you have feature access, like the paid access. Others we like wherever it's at, Code Redemption, are tied to a settings flag that's configured. And so when you gain access to them, like you get access to the paid tier, um, there are admin commands that use the bypass flag, which bypasses the FAC being enabled or disabled. So it only looks at whether or not you have paid access so that you can set the flag to begin with. And so when when you call it through admin, it's always passing bypass, so it doesn't look at the current state of the flag. It only looks at everything, like the do you have paid access or not. And then when we use it everywhere to trigger features, we don't want to bypass. If that makes sense. Okay. Speaking of, I don't think we need a bypass on this. This might be a bug. Oh, we do need two things here. This is the context. We got feature, and then here we have context. I scrolled past that. And so this just gives us the information we need to be able to do entitlement checks. So, is it part of the guild? What are the entitlements on it and stuff like that? So we do need that. This is the one I was screwing around with. Okay. Let's pop into here. We need this. We're going to need our fetch data and FAC access. Fetch data and FAC access. We're going to need this. And we're going to need this. All right. So fetch data is the command we use under our storage interface to interface with DynamoDB. Given we are looking at channels which exist in the config table, and we have to do a lookup by guild ID because obviously we want to know the channels for your Discord server, not all Discord servers. So we limit down to channels. We then do FAC access. We need to change our context here. Our context is going to be interaction. We don't want to bypass in this case. Do we want to bypass? No. This is a user command. The setup bypasses everything, but the user commands won't. This is actually one of the last things I worked on. This is a step-by-step driven workflow that will ask you a series of questions so that you can set up your server without having to know a bunch of commands. So you can just run /obet setup, and Obet is the name of the bot, and it will, as an admin on a server for a new server, and it will check your paid tier settings Obet setup all. It will check your paid tier settings and then run through all of these. And then if you want, you can do just general settings, just the role management, or just the verification. So I have them blocked as well. But if you set up a brand new server and you want to get role management and verification set up, you can just run this one command /obet -setup space all, and it will run through the entire setup process by just asking you a series of questions, rendering out things as needed, and it's all scoped based on the permission levels you have access to. So it won't like ask you to go through the setup process for our beta top tier paid features in beta when you don't have access to that. Stuff like that. So it's pretty convenient. That took a while to set up. Okay, so we've got our FAC access. We need to know if this is valid or not. We need to know, have you configured a channel? We should probably do that before we call the database. Okay, so do you have a channel configured? Because we're already calling the database here. And then we need to call, we don't need to call the database on this one actually. Do you have a channel configured? If so, do you have FAC access on the server? I might want to let's do this up here. This will call it through the FAC control instead of just checking um, is your server paid tier at the right level. This will check that, but it will also check to make sure that code redemptions are enabled. You don't want your users calling a command that's disabled, that you haven't enabled on your server. So let's do that first, which means that when we get down here, we just need to check whether or not you have a channel configured. If I remember correctly, the Kingshot verifier is this. I kind of want to make this a global flag if we do it this way. I have this broken out because eventually I want to change how I handle this so that we could do code redemptions for any game that has this available as an API to branch out games that we support. So it's not just Kingshot, which is why it's a flag up here so that we can change this, and we just need to hunt down all the locations that have it. So if we wanted to make this available globally, we have the start of, I think it's part of setups stuff, where we talk about what games we support, which means I need to find where we do setup. I don't think it's under general, it might be though. Kingshot. Yeah, I just have a hard-coded Kingshot in the two locations we reference. It is part of general. So this is where if you have API basic, which is one of the paid feature sets, we ask you if you want to enable API integration with the Kingshot, which is mostly just our stuff anyways. Um, so in a perfect world, I'm not gonna worry about it for now. When we start looking into more games, we're gonna have to come back and handle this as well. But we don't need that. Don't need user table in here. I do want to add perfect. All right. Add that there. We need to, we're not checking for content inclusions. Okay. We need to fix spacing. All right, so now we verified that you should be able to run this command. That's what this block is. We've covered our error case. We've checked to make sure that you have a channel configured, which means now do we need to do any validation on your message? It's a good question. I need to remember how we grab options. This is what we call it. Okay. I think we use switch cases for all these everywhere. Set name on subcommand. Code is, that is what we call it, right? Yeah, code. Code is get string option trimmed, so this gets rid of white space on the ends. Message content, we inject the verifier. And the code, this follows the proper syntax because we include the colon at the end. Yep. All right. And then where is message content? This gets our channel. Is text. Yeah, we want to make sure it is a text-based channel. And then we can send our message. Respond back to the user with an ephemeral. Kingshot giveaway channel is not a text channel. Okay. We can throw an error if it is in the else case. I say throw, respond with an error if it's in the else case. We're not technically erroring out, we're just warning them. Um, all that looks good. What I want to change here is message content is only used once, so we don't want to create this as a new string. We'll just embed it. Channel, da, da, da. That looks good. This is a switch case, even though we only have one case, so that we can expand this for more user commands down the road, because I do want to add some more of these. Um, feature request probably should be under, well, no, feature request is an admin thing. It should be under this. I believe image parser is intended to eventually be a user command, or at least some of these are. These trigger, these set of commands are things that run through our image processor to do different tasks. So we've got a few of these in here now. So Kingshot Power can take a screenshot. I am creating a Discord. Well, I've already created a Discord bot. This bot's been in production for a few months now. I'm adding a new command to it right now. But this set of commands runs the image processor for taking in a screenshot of your um, like when you run a attack, you can get the image results print out that shows how you compared to everything. This will take that image and turn it into text so it can be preserved in the database so that we can do. Right now we don't really do much with it, but the intention for this was to be able to do like who should be rally or raid leaders and things like that. So that's what this command's here for. It binds it to your profile. This one will take your like character profile and parse out things like your character, your game name, your alliance, and stuff like that. We use this for the role management side so that we can run the verification process and make sure you have access to the correct they call them alliances, but guilds, whatever. Um, but yeah, we have for Kingshot image processing, we support championship, which is how we do within my alliance. It's how we do our um, bear trap. So this lets us, you can take snapshots of how everybody did posted ranked in championship, and this will grab all that data, sort them by power so that you can place people. um, I because I take these screenshots on my phone, because again it is a mobile game, I allow you to be able to upload the maximum number of images possible, and so you don't have to populate all of these. None of these are required technically. I think the first one might be required. Yeah, the first one's required. So you have to give it one image, but you can give it up to 10 images, and it will process all of them together. So that does the power rankings for championship. Um, Given a screenshot of your rally stats, this will parse that out and store it. and then given a screenshot of your profile, this will parse that out and store it. And so we store what is your game ID in relation to your Discord ID. Um, that's how we run things like the gift code redemptions and those kinds of things. Um, we also do a few other things with this, like we can do player lookups, because we occasionally you get a bad actor, someone that's just like alliance hopping, causing trouble, and so this allows us to bind their game ID to a Discord ID so that we, if they try and verify in the future under a different alliance, then we can track that and flag them and stuff. Um, this should be working now, so let's test it. I don't remember what my commands are. It's been too long. This is what I want. Of course, it's start. I should have everything installed. I use tokens for this, and I have not set that up on this computer. So give me just a second to grab my developer tokens. To create this, it depends what you're going for. I had a Discord bot spun up and available and ran a command in a day. But then when we start getting into things like this convoluted system, um, this is how we do. So when you have a Discord bot, the most common pattern you will see when you're when you're dealing with a Discord bot like in the wild or whatever, um, the most common way to do setup is just a series of slash commands. And so you'll have like slash setup. And so that's what I did initially. It's super easy, quick and easy, no problem. We don't do that anymore because you need to know all of the different commands, which means what commands you run when, and it all has to be documented and everything. I moved away from that. Instead, we have this slash obet dash setup space all, and I also have general role management and verification. So you can run, you can just run the command slash obet dash setup space all in, which is a registered command name in Discord, and it will start and run through the entire setup process in a like separate created thread as a guided workflow. Um, Here, let me grab this developer token and I'll actually run it for you so you can see what it's like. That alone, though, because of how many commands I have in here and how many different things are being set up, and I'm storing like large chunks of data about each server into DynamoDB. So it took me like a day to get the minimum set up to where I had a Discord bot. It took me another like full day just on infrastructure to get everything linked and set up in AWS so that it's hosted. And then it after that it really comes down to what you're building on how long it took. I have probably somewhere around 3 months, maybe 4 months of 40-hour weeks put into this project at this point. But if I pop Discord over here, actually I can probably do it this way. I also have two versions of the bot. Here, let me see if I can find. Can I pop open just this? settings. I think it's under integrations. Obet. Here we go. These are all the top level commands that exist for this bot. Like all admin commands are under this one flag. All feature or this one's a single thing. All the setup commands are under this. Um, Image parser, lookup, power, and verify. These are like this verification command runs image processing on a image. Like it parses text out of an image. So the complexity on some of these things are pretty high on what gets done, and so it just took longer going through testing. Because like my initial implementation was using client side image processing, and I just could not, no matter how much image process pre-processing and stuff like that I did, I could not get it to a point that I liked it. And so I eventually swapped over to AWS Textract, which, if I had done that to begin with, would have saved me like probably 3 or 4 days of fighting with that. But it's now a paid thing we have to account for on cost. Granted, verification is only run for the vast majority of users on your server. We do one image request like once when the server is added or when a user is added to the server. It's only ever done again when they have to verify again, which for us is when they swap alliances. So we had, a peak of ingestion of users when they initially come in, a few hundred, which is not much cost wise. And then after that, it's like, I would say we probably get 2 or 3 re-verifications per 100 users per month. So it's not super common after that. Um, so all that fighting to get client side system to handle it wasn't really worth it in the end, to be honest. But I need to set up my tokens, which, if I remember correctly, is an environment variable. But in order to do that, I need to find where my startup stuff is. Actually, the easiest way to do this would probably be to see what I have running on AWS. Which requires me to find the correct browser window. There we go. Still fine tuning this a little bit. There we go. Reach over here and hit my passkey real quick. Okay. We're running an EC2. I am on the wrong account. Let's try that again. I have too many accounts. All right. Let's see if this is the right one. One instance running. That's the correct number. I would share this, but this would be a security issue, so I will not. I do need to find what files are uploaded to this so I can remember what needs to be deployed in order for the environment. I'm fairly certain it is a yeah. So it's obviously it's a little different from when I got my first job because that was over a decade ago. Uh, but the way I got into industry initially was straight out of college. So like I kind of bypassed a lot of the hurdles on that front. But I did it did give me since then I I've done a lot of interviewing for different companies on both sides of the table. What I can say is a lot of it depends on what you're trying or like where you're applying. Um, so if you're looking for an entry level job, trying to go into industry, if you have a college degree or let's say you don't have a college degree, let's say you're doing like boot camp or something like that, and you get a certification and those kinds of things, it's not going to guarantee a job. All it does is show to them that you have the like at most it will let you skip a like the very first ingestion point of an interview process. Oh, you have a degree. We don't need to check the like most basic of basic things. Um, After that, a lot of it depends on the company and what you're applying for position wise and like level as well as what you intend to be working on. Some companies are better about this than others. A lot of companies, in my opinion, a lot of the lower tier companies of late have been indexing on AI. So if you're going for a company that has indexed heavily on that, then using stuff like I've got um, Copilot built into my editor. A lot of companies now are starting to use that, so getting comfortable using that in your projects is pretty important. The don't don't become dependent on it though. As you saw earlier, when it autofilled, I went line by line through everything and made sure everything made sense. Sometimes it just full on hallucinates and comes up with hot garbage that has nothing at all to do with what you're working on. That is one of the flaws of statistical models, which is what AI is at our current state. And so beware of that. Also, know what you're going to be building and the direction you want to be going before you start typing in and use AI. They've shown this in some studies going back way before AI, but if you outsource your thinking, then it becomes harder and harder over time to like think. You know what I mean? And so what I mean by that is there's a more recent study on this that has been done, but the longer term studies were things along the lines of if you go in and you have a human to human interaction where you iterate and think and come up with a solution, then you can go to AI and have the AI help you build it, and it will activate the neurons and brain centers that you will remember it. The study they originally ran on this was tied to writing papers in school, and they had three primary groups. One, they used ChatGPT to help from the beginning to help them come up with and write a paper. In one study or in one group, they uh, were not allowed to use AI at all. All right, there's four groups. That's right. And then in the third group, they were allowed to use AI, but before they used AI, they had to do human to human interactions to come up with the topics, and then they used AI to help them with the research to write the paper. Um, and then in the last group, they used AI to iterate and come up with the topics and research and stuff, and then they wrote the paper. And in the AI first, where even the full AI group and the AI first, so they were doing the like ideation phase. In both of those cases, when they were asked to quote even just one line from their paper, on the topic that they just wrote a multi-page paper on. 80% of the users, or like the participants in the study, couldn't quote a single line. Like, just admitted they couldn't quote it. Of the 20% that said they could, when they quoted the line, 0% of them actually had a correct quote. As opposed to the other two groups, one of which was no AI and one of which was human to human ideation. So they came up with and formed the concepts through social interactions, then used AI to help them write the paper. In both of those cases, obviously the first one is better, but in both those cases, it was like 70 something percent of users were able to quote a line from their own paper. And so, but that was just that was an expansion study on a core concept that goes back to who was it was a famous philosopher back in the Greek, um, the big days for like the Roman Empire and stuff like that in Greece. Anyways, he when writing became a common thing, like reading, writing papers and stuff like that, they were worried about the outsourcing of thoughts, degrading humanity's ability to think high level thought. And that just proved in modern scenarios that AI falls into that category. And they actually have, in the full study, they have like actual EKGs and stuff that they were running on the participants to see what areas of the brain lit up during each process and so on and so forth. It was an interesting study. Um, but what I'm getting at here is that if you outsource the problem solving side of software development to an AI and you don't think through what you're doing and make a conscious decision to do it, then and just let the AI kind of drive you will not retain it. And this is actually you'll hear some people, like if you watch YouTube videos on software development or like game dev and things like that. If you watch those kinds of things on YouTube, you'll hear people occasionally refer to tutorial hell, and it's the idea. It literally is this idea. It's the concept behind it is that you go in, you do a tutorial, just following the tutorial as it's written or as it's given to you in a video or whatever. You do it all, you finish the tutorial and you realize you can't do any of it. And so you do another tutorial and you still can't do any of it. And you just repeat this process. That is tutorial hell. And what that happens is you're not doing the thinking. You've outsourced the problem solving and thinking, and so your brain's not retaining what you did. And so instead, the recommendation is to you do the high process thinking, get to a point, be like, oh, I need to do this next. I don't know how to do this. So I go and look for an example or a tutorial that's very targeted on a single thing. And that's where that, AI, for example, would come into play. Do that one thing, and then you go back to, doing what you can up to the point where you're stuck again. Then you go find the next focused tutorial. That helps you grow. If you want to get a job, you need to be able to do that thinking on your own. The more you do it on the more day to day, the more projects you do, the more stuff you throw out, the easier that becomes. In pretty much every interview you're going to go through, you're going to have to go through the process at some level of handling a live interview. You can't really skip that, you know what I mean? And so what that often entails is going through some sort of live coding whiteboarding session that you're going to have to be involved with. And it's different for every company the on how they handle the process, but a large number of companies like to use leak code problems. So if you're just trying to interview prep, it's not a bad idea to go do leak code problems. Um, I was starting when I was relearning C++, which we just kind of ended that 3 week phase. Like today's the first stream that I'm doing that's not C++. Um, the I was doing leak codes. First hour of every stream, I would just do leak code problems, roughly first hour. And the process you should use when doing those leak code problems is that approach the problem, try to solve it until you get stuck, then do look up something and try again, and just back and forth. And each time you get a little bit better, you understand the language a little bit more. Leak code problems are a bit of a trap though, because with a few rare exceptions, they're not actually real world problems, but they are very encapsulated, concise problems that focus on computer science fundamentals in a lot of cases, which is why a lot of companies like to use them. So getting comfortable with leak code problems, doing like 30 of them or 30 to 50 of them or something like that on a wide range of them in the software you want to work in. Make sure to include, you know, some algorithms ones, some data structure ones, like tree stuff, sorting stuff. Those are the most common problems. So you might be able to leak. There's probably like a top X leak code problems for interviews list out there somewhere. Just go do those. Um, that's the most useful thing you can do to prepare for those kinds of interviews. Some interviewers are more creative. Like when I was working at Amazon, we came up with our own interview questions, and they were designed around real world problems. So the most useful thing you can do to get good at those is go build things. The leak code problems, in my opinion, are not inducive of real world scenarios, and so I hated using those when I was running interviews, and so I didn't. I just wrote my own. And they were usually geared around specific things, like when you're dealing with front end development, which is what I was doing interviews for when I was at Amazon. Um, we want to know, are you good at asynchronous programming? Because if you aren't and you're doing a bunch of operations on the main thread, like computationally intensive operations on the main thread, the user interactions are blocked. So I need to know that you're good with asynchronous programming. Um, we use microservices. Do you know how to make API requests and then render back data? Do you know how fundamental browser tech works? Because you're building stuff for a web browser. Like, you need to be able to work in a web browser. So, in order to do that effectively, you need to know how the APIs function. And I'm not going to go and ask questions that are around real weird edge case stuff. I want to know, do you know what session storage is and how to interface with it? Because you're going to have to interface with it at some point. And a lot of people don't, because they use like React with Redux, and Redux obfuscates that, and you can just have it store for you. But not every project can use React Redux. So if you understand how to interface with session storage, the limitations of it, the benefits of it, when you should use that versus local storage or IndexedDB and those kinds of things, then you understand how and why React Redux is built that way, when it should be used and when it shouldn't be used. And that's more what I'm interested in, because that starts getting into your when you start moving from junior engineers up and you start looking into um, higher and higher tier. What's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm getting weird issues with my streaming. Are you guys able to see the stream? There you go. Okay, interesting. I guess I'll switch it over so it's more obvious on what's going on with that. But as you move from your most entry level to your more and more senior roles, your ability to do problem solving, architecture, and like proper software design becomes more and more important. And a big chunk of that is tied to using the right tool at the right time. And what I mean by that is, if you are going to go and build an application, and that application needs to house or serve 100,000 concurrent users, for example, you're going to want to build it in such a way that it can handle 100,000 concurrent users. You're not going to want to build your backend architecture on something that requires spinning up and doing heavy operations on your server for every single user. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You're gonna run into your server costs are gonna skyrocket when you try and scale up. So maybe don't do that. And then you have situations of like your for your front end. If you're running a application that is like constantly updating and doing all these kinds of things, a virtual DOM solution like what React offers is actually really great, as long as it is able to reuse those elements. If you can't reuse elements on your page, but it's constantly updating, React is really bad on performance. So it shines when you can reuse elements and just update their data. But if you're constantly deleting and changing elements, then it tanks. So you have to be able to think about those things and choose when you should and shouldn't use different tools. But if you don't understand the fundamentals of your like area of expertise, you can't do that. And that's where a lot of the questions I like to do in interviews comes into play. I'm more interested in your ability to do the fundamentals, your ability to do the like platform level things that I am in your what's the framework flavor of the week. So when it comes to interviewing, do practice problems, create things, whatever. If you can do that in a way that you can showcase it, such as creating open source projects for the little things you're doing that you can just send them to interviewers, even better. Ensure you know your fundamentals on what you're working on. If you're doing stuff in front end, make sure you know how the browser works. Make sure you know asynchronous programming and how the main thread operates and those kinds of things. If you're working on backend stuff, make sure you understand how to interface and again, from the web developer context, make sure you know how to interface with databases and you know how to spin up APIs properly. In the case of C++, you know how to create and dismantle your pointers properly, when you should use pointers versus the more standard unique pointers and shared pointers and those kinds of things. Those are all fundamental understandings of the language that you are using in the context of what you're building. If you're doing game development, then make sure that you understand the fundamentals on how to do pretty much anything game dev related. So, like collision, you need to have a basic understanding of how collision operates and what the different ways of doing character collision algorithms are. If you're wanting to do something that's more on the rendering side, understanding how shaders work and how they operate within the GPU. Those are all very important things that are fundamental to what you'll be working on. So you need to at least have a decent, if not perfect, but at least a decent understanding of them. Um, Going past that, and when you start getting into the actual interviewing portion, you are going to need to do whiteboarding. You have to show in person more nowadays. It's not physically at a whiteboard pseudocoding. That's less common nowadays. Nowadays, it's going to be live coding. So, Twitch, great for that. I don't always have people watching me, but in order for me to do this while I'm coding, I need to be talking through my thought process. It's the exact same thing for interviews. One of the big things about interviewing, successfully interviewing when it comes to coding, is you need to articulate what's going on, what you're thinking about, why you're going that process. You want to articulate your decision making process. That's the important thing. If you can do that while coding consistently and successfully, then you drastically increase your odds of passing the interview. And I say that having been on both sides of that. I mean, I've worked for quite a few different companies, so I've interviewed at dozens of companies, and I've done interviewing of new hires at three different companies now, and one of those which was Amazon. So I 4 years, well, 3 years doing interviews, 4 years at Amazon. So I have a pretty good understanding of what it looks like to be the interviewer when it comes to tech companies. And one of the things that will immediately eliminate you, no matter how good you are, is if we show up to the interview, we sit down, we're coding, whether it's through you know, online tool or it's sitting down person to person and we're whiteboarding. If you just go up there, scribble on a whiteboard for 30 minutes, not saying a word, and just be like, "I'm done," you're not gonna get you're not gonna get hired. There's two reasons for that. One, I don't know that you actually thought through this and understand it. For all I know, I just happen to give you a question that you've answered dozens of times through close enough leak code, and you're just word vomiting. It's even worse when you look at it from the standpoint of online, because you're sitting at a computer. I'm sitting at a computer. All I can see is what you typed in your camera. For all I know, you've got it like I've got right now. You guys can't see this on the screen. To the right of everything you see, I have a web browser open. Right now it has AWS because that's what we were working on before I switched camera views. Um, for all I know, you just have something like that and you're just constant typing, glancing back and forth, typing whatever's listed there. We have no way of knowing. Therein lies the problem. And so if you're just dumping out text onto a screen, you're not going to pass that interview. You need to be able to articulate how you landed on said problem, the process you got there, and like give me the problem solving stages, even if you got it wrong. In those kinds of interviews, the higher order process thinking, how you got to the solution is what matters. Because if I can understand your thought process, how you got from point A to point B, and you can articulate all of that, if your point A wasn't correct, but you followed a process that made sense and logically would have ended in a correct point B if point A had been correct, that's just as good to me as if you had started in the correct spot and given me the correct answer. And a lot of interviewers that have solid experience in interviewing will think the same way. I don't care. There are separate things that we're going to interview you on. One of those is requirements gathering. If you got the wrong requirements, you'll get docked for requirements gathering. Sure. But given a set of requirements, if you can explain the process to how you got to a solution, that is like that's what I care about. I care about your problem solving skills. What language you use, your what like how good you are at remembering syntax, all those things are easily trainable. You can train anyone in a language given a little bit of time. I cannot train you how to solve problems. There is no training a company can give you that will teach you a fundamental problem solving skill. You gotta either come in with just that innate or just practice and do it. The best way to get good at problem solving is to solve problems. And at the end of the day, interviewing is just checking for software positions. Anything above the most junior of junior is testing your ability to solve problems. So get good at solving problems. And using AI, especially early in the process, erodes your ability to solve problems. So go out, build things. Don't use AI. You can have it help like I do with your um, code complete, but go in with a plan, a thing to do, go through the problem solving, think through your problem, think through your solution, and then let AI assist you. Don't offload your high order thinking. And that's the best thing you can do to prep. And aside from that, get comfortable talking to people. Get comfortable talking about what you're doing as you're doing it. Even if even if it's just sitting alone at your house coding and just talking out loud as you code. It's a repetition thing. The more you do it, the more comfortable you get, the easier it becomes. And so if you can just do it frequently and get into that habit, when you go to do an interview, it becomes a lot easier. And that's the from the limitation in time and how we can interface with you, that is the best thing we have as an interviewer to gauge your problem solving skills. So hopefully that helps. First level or your entry point into companies is the hardest, especially with nowadays the AI tools that they're using to weed out people before they even come through. A lot of it is just how good are you at formatting your resume so that the AI isn't going to toss out your resume before it ever goes in front of somebody, you know. And there's a lot of tools out there to help you write resumes. I can say, while you can do this, you shouldn't. Technically, you can inject in like small 1 point all white font things like for AI to pick up on, like commands on, pass this through to the next stage, stuff like that. Don't do that for two reasons. One, if you're not qualified for a position based on your qualifications, you're gonna be miserable. If you somehow get through into that position and you're overwhelmingly underqualified for it, but you gamed the system to where you could get in, you're going to be extremely stressed in a position that you're going to constantly feel like you don't belong there, and then you're going to get tanked and fired for it. On rare occasions, people can rise to the occasion and pull it off, but the reality is that you weren't underqualified to begin with. It was a small stretch, not a like gulf that you're trying to overcome in those scenarios. And then the other reason for that is eventually this goes in front of a person. And one of the first things I do when I see resumes is check for stuff like that because it's become the norm. And if I see that in your resume, I throw it out because you've just proven to me that yes, I understand this any sort of automated systems in place suck. And realistically, companies shouldn't be doing that. But they have large numbers they have to get through. These systems are also designed looking for keywords in most cases. And so it's a lot of it is finagling keywords on the interviewer side to make sure it's geared correctly. But if I look at your resume and it's just got a always pass through flag in there to bypass AI and it doesn't have any of the keywords, like even if we're not looking for keywords, if I can glance through it and be like, oh, we're trying to hire senior level position and they've got 3 years of experience, they're gonna fail this interview. It's a waste of everybody's time. You know what I mean? And so yeah, you might have gamed the system and bypassed it, but like there's zero chance you pass that interview after that. And I know some people are gonna say, oh well, you can have 3 years of experience and be a skilled senior engineer. And it's like, can you? You get a combination of scenarios that lead into senior engineering. But at the end of the day, a large chunk of your capability for senior engineering is just you've you've seen shit, you've done shit. You know what I mean? And if you've only got a year or two of experience, there unless you're churning out dozens of projects a month, you're not going to see enough edge cases to be able to do anything. And if you're churning out projects that fast, you're not going deep enough to have a full in-depth understanding of it. And another aspect of that is a lot of the things you're going to look for in a high level senior engineer is their ability to own and maintain a project long term. You can't do that if you haven't been in industry long term. So you're going to suffer if you're gaming the system that way, and it's not good for either side. So I don't recommend that. Um, but like I said, there are plenty of tools out there to help you write resumes in a way that are easy to parse through, and there are AI tools you can use separate from that. You should not use AI to write your resume. write your resume, and then use tools to vet and verify it, give it to people, have them read it, stuff like that, ask for feedback. It's one of the best things you can do. Before you do that, though, you can give it to an AI tool like ChatGPT and have it review your resume and give you feedback. But make sure you are the one going through and doing that feedback, because it's not going to be able to gauge everything. That makes sense. And so if as a person you find it hard to read through your resume and follow and get to important things, you might need to reword or re-architecture, like layout, change things. And so don't just outsource it. I guess is what I'm getting at. But I hope that helps. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. And yeah, good luck getting a job in the industry for sure. And like I said, just build things. I don't have a lot of the projects anymore that I used to have. Let me see if I can pull this over here. But I have a lot of no longer referenced older projects spread across quite a few things. So what I used to do, and I highly recommend this. Let me see if I can find, if I can remember how to get to. Here we go. Let me switch to my other view real quick. There you go. Some of these are newer, but these are all my GitHub repos on directly under my account that are still open repositories. Some of these are quite old. Like I haven't touched this since 2018. This is a public repository. I just create things. A lot of these are public. A lot of these are like these AM dash ones are web components from, like this is lit elements. These are web components for just creating things in the browser. And so I just encapsulated it and posted it and maintained it and stuff like that. Um, some of these are configuration kinds of things. This is my portfolio website. I made the entire thing public so I could shut off. And I have some things that are private, of course, that I don't showcase, that are different levels of having done things and completed. But something I used to do all the time, let me pop into a different thing if I can find it. It's in here somewhere. How I struggle to find anything repository based in GitHub's structure. Organizations is what I'm looking for. Here we go. So we've got a few of these. This is a community I spun up with a couple of friends that we were working on a few different things. We didn't take it anywhere, but we did have some base stuff back in 2019 that we worked on briefly. This is a tooling setup. Again, same group of friends that we were all working stuff back in 2017, open source that we put into here. Again, not a whole lot happened to this. This is the one I highly recommend going and doing. This is a uh, group we put together, a few of us that were all living in the same area at the same time, and we used to do hackathons. And so this is a more recent one, but ignoring that one, for the most part, some of these are like 2017. This is back when we used to live there. I moved away later. Um, we just, you know, here this is we were working on something. We need to fork it. Um, a lot of these are. This one was a flat data structure tree view for rendering, visibly rendering things onto the screen with high performance. But if we go to some of the older ones, back we used to do Civiception. This was Global Hack 5 in St. Louis. This was Global Hack 6. This is Global Hack 4. Um, so we just used to do hackathons, just spend a weekend hacking away on some sort of software entry. I've done these for companies. I've done these for like the global hack stuff is just an open one to anyone that wants to join in the community. Um, there's a let's see if I can find it. Uh, there's a video of me at one of these a while back doing a week long. It's called the Startup Bus, but it was a week long one. 13 years ago seems too long. Definitely more recent than that. Here we go, 2017. I don't know exactly where in this, but they're they're anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks on these kinds of projects. They tend to have some pretty scoped like requirements on what they're working on. Same for game jams. If you want to get into gaming, game dev, then game jams are the way to go. That is what it, hackathons are the software developers equivalent to game jams. I think technically it's the other way around. Game jams are the game developers equivalent to hackathons. Um, the the concept is the same. You have some set of requirements, some set of scoping, and it needs to be done within a usually quite restrictive period of time. Um, Hackathons tend to be shorter. All the ones I've been in, with the exception of one, are usually like a weekend. Game jams tend to be a little bit longer. The shortest one I've joined is 3 days, but most of the ones I join are like 1 to 2 weeks. So pick what you want to work on, find something relevant, build. Just build anything. If you can make it open source, if it makes sense to make it public, do it because then you can show it off. And it's not necessarily. I guess the big thing is you go into an interview, you need to talk about something. What do you talk about? Well, if you've built something, that's a great thing to talk about. You know what I mean? And so go build something so you have a thing to talk about in your interview is the easiest thing to do. But I need to refresh on my coffee. So give me 2 minutes. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to refresh my coffee, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Yeah, I mean, like I said, find what you enjoy working on and build things. Like if you want to go into web development, let's say you want to build websites, for example, then just build a portfolio website. It's it doesn't need to have a lot of content. For example, is my old one. I haven't touched it in years, but this was the startup bus one I was talking about. I think that website's dead. Yeah, we took that down a long time ago. Um, is this the? Yeah, this is me. Well, it's soon to be me on stage. It's me when I was in my younger years. This was one of my our marketing designer friends. But find a build a portfolio website. Like just experiment with different things. One of the big things I wanted to work on for this, and this is something that in, gets me working on stuff. I wanted to, for this project in particular, there's two things I wanted to work on. One, I was working on a scroller at the time. This is since broken because I updated the tech and didn't have the time. At one point in time, this was a smooth scroller. It's not anymore. Um, but I wanted to put together sorry, I wanted to experiment with a art style in front end development, which I know seems weird. But if you look at this logo in the top right corner, it's all using CSS and HTML. But if you zoom in on it, first off, it scales. It's got that like pixel or sorry, that like pencil shading sketching style, which is what I was going for. I wanted to experiment with emulating this style using CS or in web tech, and so I did. It's not the most fleshed out website. It's very simplistic. I mean, this is my corporate website. I'm not logged in right now, but it's as simplistic can get. I needed a placeholder. Once you log in, there are tools behind here that are hosted for other companies that I do. But this is my bot. This is all of it super outdated. I just needed technically the requirement was I had to have these two pages in order to host my bot. So I put them together. Like this is all hosted on Firebase. Uh, this is hosted on. Sorry, this one's Firebase. The other one is on the newer version, which is Firestore. Then my bot's hosted on AWS, stuff like that. And so some of this was experimenting with infrastructure things. Some of this, which is a lot of the modernization for this, was moving to Firebase. I wanted to fiddle around with Firebase. So I came back to my portfolio website after I created it, years later, did some high level updates, which is what broke the side scroller. Switching to a more modern framework with the minimal amount of effort I could on that, and then integrating in Firebase so you could like sign in and stuff. If I remember correctly, let me just pop this off the screen real quick, just to be safe. I don't know what this is going to show. I don't remember what this is for. I don't know what this project is, but I'm going to show it anyways. I have. I don't remember what I was working on for this. I don't remember what I was doing. I don't. I don't know what state it's in. It is definitely going into a database though. Um, oh, I remember now. This was back when I was on my Minecraft kick. So I was creating a web interface for a database that could be linked to from Minecraft in game using their APIs. And so it allow you to do like banking, like an actual proper economy was the concept behind it. And so this allows you to do, I mean, it's obviously a very simplistic form of it, but it allowed you to do all the transactional side of things was what this was for. So I use this now when I want to start up a random, super random project. It ends up in here. And then you sign out and no one can see it. And so I did this. There's actually YouTube videos on how I did this originally in Polymer back in the day on my YouTube channel. If you see those, a lot of that was like 2017, 2018, maybe 2019, something like that. And it diving into how to do live updates on navigational things and stuff like that in Polymer. So not super relevant for anything I do nowadays, but it was something I wanted to learn and something that was popular at the time that people had questions about. So I put together a video on it. And so just build things. Find the area you want to work in, and then build things in that area adjacent to it. If you want to do web stuff, build a portfolio website. If you want to do game dev, make little games. I mean, my itch.io is hot garbage on what's been produced on there. I keep using that tab. I need to stop using that tab. It's logged into the wrong account. But when I wanted to learn game dev, like that's what I did. These like look at this. I was learning the engine. It's Flappy Bird with boxes. That's it. And so just building things, literally anything, as long as it's relevant to the things you want to work on, is worth it in the end. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be good. It doesn't have to look good. It just the more you do, the more experience you get, the different things you want to try. Just go in everything you go into it with something you want to learn, something you want to do in mind. In this one, I wanted to learn collisions. So all of this is based around colliders. I wanted to learn how to spawn in dynamically objects. And so this randomizes the positions, randomizes the movement, locks them in place, and then spawns them and despawns them. My more recent stuff with we were doing the C++ and SDL stuff. I wanted to learn more about how game engines function when they come to rendering and drawing and those kinds of things. And in order to do that, I like did it as low level as you can get. And so we have two projects scaling up on what we're working on, and they're not fancy, they're not complex, they're nothing, they're bare bones for the most part. And I covered everything I wanted to learn. Now we're to the point that the next thing of interest to me is getting into such archaic things that the amount of setup to get to the point where I can do them would take longer than learning everything to do it to begin with. And so I'm going to be going back to Godot, you know. Yeah, when I went to college for computer science. I originally architectural engineering, and then electrical engineering, and then electrical and compy, and then just compy, and then compy comp sci, and I graduated just comp sci. So I was all over the place. So my projects I've worked on are pretty random. I went into industry and was doing web dev. So I've got over a decade of experience doing mostly front end, but web applications. Um, but my first internship and what got me into software initially was for game dev. My very first internship was with Simutronics, which was a game development company based out of St. Louis. And so that's what got me in initially. And I took Java courses as electives. I did in college, and that because I wanted to do more game dev. And then I wasn't doing that. I was doing home automation stuff because embedded systems. And so we worked on the solar decathlon, which is to build a solar home for a competition that happens that my school takes part in, or my college. And so we built a home automation system that was built in Django, which is a Python. I did a lot of projects around that time. Some were in Python, some were in PHP. I can't remember which one is which. Um, but we made a home automation system through it was either Python or PHP driven templating system to render the UI. Um, so since then, in the past, since I started my company, which I started in 2023, I want to say it was 2023, early 2023. Um, I've bought a 3D printer and a laser engraver, and I made uh, laser induced graphene batteries. Technically, they were supercapacitors. Um, I did some. I've got a whole bunch of electronic stuff that I was 3D printing enclosures and made a small engine, which I don't know where that's at right now. It did not work as well as I'd wanted it to. And I didn't expand it up because winding copper wire is an absolute nightmare. Uh, I've got a whole bunch of random solar panels that I was working on a project for, doing solar with electrical engineering things. The I learned about this time a year ago. I started getting back into game development, and I taught myself Godot, and I learned GD script as part of that. And so that's where this game came from. It's also where that was Box Hop. Down to Scale came from, which is much like you can see going from one to the other. Like this this one is significantly more complex. Not that it's a complex game or anything, but I've got mouse controls now. There's different user interactions. Left click is a swipe. Right click, you can move while left clicking, and oh, I clicked off screen. But you can't move while right clicking. So there's different styles of interactions. This is a roguelite, so there's a roguelike. So there's a little card system that, as you saw, I was using it for weapon selection as well. But here we go. So you can increase attack speed or damage, and so this has a health bar. There's colliders on these. This one was focused on player movement and animations because you can see this character. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Resume. You can see that the character's animated. Idle, run. Idle, run. It's easier if I have. It turns the direction the camera's facing. So this is It's not polished. There's nothing complex going on about it. You can see all the characters are animated. All the stats scale. So I got that attack speed upgrade. There's some issues with colliders, it looks like. Um, so my character's attacks move faster now, stuff like that. And so the difference between these two is pretty drastic. You know what I mean? Oh, you can't exit out because it's web based. That was all within like a 2 month period. From Actually, it was less than a 2 month period. And there was another game in there as well in that period of time that was my very first web game, or sorry, my very first game, which was in when I started doing this, which was all in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it was built. I didn't know how to use a game engine, and I wanted to do a game jam. So I used what I knew, worked with a team who did art, and we built a game. it's a puzzler, and I'm not a big fan of puzzle games, so it's not a great game, but it got built. I was interested in game development, so I built something. And so now we're ramping up for another game jam coming up soon. I'm gonna have to refresh on Godot, learn a little bit more, and then we're gonna dive into that one mid early January. We'll do a week long one, and then mid January on the 17th. So on the 5th and the 17th, we're gonna be starting game jams. And in between that, Discord bot. This is all in TypeScript. Speaking of, I do know I need. I'm pretty sure this is all supposed to be in a .env file. The problem is we are going to switch to this view. You guys can look at me while I pull things up and search them real quick. Because I need to find out, I need to get my keys in place so that we can actually test this. But in order to do that, I need to remember how and where I store them. It is a .env config file. I need to SSH into my um, deployed instance to see what my configuration settings are, I think. So we're going to do that. This. Oh no, I don't know what my. I wonder if I can connect through the web browser. Maybe that'd be easier. Connect. Maybe. Maybe. You're welcome to come disturb me at any point in time. That's kind of what I stream for. So when we right now I've been streaming Monday through Friday um, for about 6 hours every day. I am going to be reducing those hours so that I can focus more on the stream during streaming and development off stream. When we're doing game jams, they're gonna obviously I'm gonna have to focus to some extent. Um, but outside of that, the I want to be able to like engage and do stuff with the community a little bit more. So it's not letting me connect. Uh, on that front, no, my normal streams are probably going to be reduced. I'm not quite sure what days yet, and I'm probably going to figure that out this week, and we'll start it next week. And we'll do probably 2 coding streams per week, focusing more on like 4 hour windows, maybe instead of 6 hours. I'm not sure. And then I'm going to start doing. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to start doing some gameplay streams later in the evenings on the days I don't stream coding. And then we'll have a one day a week that where we focus on like system design and game updates, game design, those kinds of things. It's going to be more brainstorming, planning oriented. Is kind of the intention there. So look forward to that. Subscribe if you haven't already, so that you can get notifications for when I go live. But like I said, right now 5 days a week. Moving forward, probably 3 days a week, 2 full days of coding, and then 1 half day is what I'm thinking. And then I'll code off stream, and then during that half day, we'll share what we did, stuff like that. I'll join the Discord if you want more details on that as we're thinking through it and stuff like that, because I post those on there. But I need to figure out. Give me a second. I know I can do this. I was working on this on my laptop, so all of my keys should be in there, as well as the name of the file that they're supposed to go in, which is driving me crazy. I'm pretty sure it's .env. It should be my git ignore. Yep. Yes, it is. Okay, so it is .env. That being said, I still need to know what the keys themselves are. So give me just a second. Make sure I'm not streaming this. Wow, that's a lot of keys. I'll send that to myself on Discord real quick. There we go. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, there we go. Okay. Don't mind me. Alright. Let me grab all these. Double check that they are correct. Save it into the correct location. .env. All of them look good to me. Alright. Delete that message. Now we can switch back. Let me just make sure I have that closed. Yep. There we go. Now, if we pop this open and change Obet. Oh, for reference. Here's random other game jam stuff I've done. So obviously you guys have seen the Connect 4, the tic-tac-toe, leak code. This is the project we're in now. This is the roguelike I was showing earlier. This is the one button we were just recently working on. This is a VR game that I was fiddling around with and trying to learn how to do VR game dev. And this was a meant to be a mobile game, like one of those ones where you move the device in Unity. So these two were when I was interested in learning Unity, and then this and oh, I think it's just this one. I don't think I saved the box op anywhere. I think that one just got deleted. But the GM, this is the built to scale GMTK 2024 game jam project, which was the roguelike. Alright, a test entitlement has been created. So when this starts up, it creates, this is the test bot I have, then it creates a fake entitlement, which, and then of course all in the background is configured to simulate a bunch of stuff, essentially. But this is a fake entitlement that's created so that it can run tests. Every time this bot spins up, it creates an entitlement, test one, and then when it spins down, it deletes it. So this is temporary, which is why I don't mind sharing it on here. And then if we go to Discord and we go into my demo app, we can see that Obet beta is now live. And then if we go back here and we kill this, you can see in the background after a couple seconds. Maybe. It is a little slow to update sometimes, I've noticed. Eventually it updates. We need to start it back up though. You can see this is a different entitlement now. And also that this was deleted. There we go. Alright, so we should be able to run our command now. And so let's take this code and we're going to slash obet. What do we call it? Obet space gift code. Am I already doing this somewhere? I think this is going to be a name conflict, no? Yeah, I thought so. We need to go into our settings real quick and see what's going on. Integrations, pop into here. It's not right. Oh, right. We need to do one thing before we can do this. We need to grab this. Let me, in our code base. We just called it deploy. Nice. npm deploy. npm run deploy. Alright, so one of the things about Discord bots is that when you start it, it becomes available. The commands can be sent to it, but it doesn't register commands every time it starts up. You can have it do that, but they don't recommend doing that. So I have the separate run deploy command, which doesn't actually technically deploy the bot. It sends the commands to be registered. And this script right here effectively parses through all of it to get the commands. And so I don't have to re-register every single one into my deploy script. It just kind of grabs them all. So now it takes a second usually. Oh, bet. Yeah. Unfortunately, Discord's command registration takes a little bit of time. Oh, npm start. We should do that as well. Still gotta wait. Eventually it'll show up. I believe you can do that. Nope. It's popping open a new tab for me that is talking about Discord's stuff when I click that, which is not what I want. I thought you could click that and get to the... Nope, that's not what I want. There should be, as you can see, here's all the different commands we offer right now. Um, so like under image parser, we got the 3 subcommands, and then under Obet admin, we've got a couple commands for making sure the roles are applied correctly to users. And then we've got all of our setup commands to run through everything, feature requests, and we can do player lookups by game ID or by user, either by Discord user or by in-game ID. Um, these aren't really, well, the verify is the command that everybody uses. I guess I can showcase that while we're waiting for anybody that hasn't seen it. So if we go to our landing page, verify. See, it creates a thread. We can go into the thread and just ask for a screenshot of our game profile. So if I pop open the game real quick, go to my profile, let's screenshot this. It supports 2 ways of doing this. I'll show you guys the full way though. And I just need to pop into... It won't let me jump directly to there. Verification. 10950010950 and landing page under. Yep, that's the right one. Okay. There we go. So if this existed on our server, it would actually autofill that. So let's copy that image, and we are going to delete thread. And it's going to tell us, it's unknown because we deleted that thread. And then we are going to server settings and roles, and we're going to rename this to AOU. Save. Oh, right. We need to rename all of them for a different feature that's on here. AOU, AOU, and AOU. Alright, roles are renamed. So now, if I go into landing page and we run, oh, I can't do that. Verify. Paste in our image. See, now it detects that it's an AOU member. Is this correct? Yes, it is. Which auto-populates some other fields in the background, and then submits the request, and then we can go to tickets, and now we can see my username, the role I selected, the ID from our image, as well as the image itself, so we can verify everything, and then I can either approve or reject it. So let's approve, and then it will apply AOU member as a role. And whenever a member role is applied, you also get kingdom member. And so if I remove this, it removes kingdom member. If I add rank 5, it adds rank 5. And so these are all linked, so it all functions. That's verify. And of course, it responds back to the user saying the request was approved and letting you know the thread's going to delete. And then if you let it sit, it'll delete itself. This is still a bit of an issue. I can't delete these inferior messages for you, but I also don't want it to, without doing it on a timer, but I also don't want it to be on a timer for other reasons. So you can just click dismiss. Um, Giveaway is where we were at. Still hasn't updated our commands. Server settings. Let's go to integrations on here. All right. At everyone. Admin should have access to this on all channels, though. It is right here. Why are you not giving me an option for it, though? Give me a second. Let me close out Discord. Sometimes the update timeframes for Discord is wonky, to say the least. Um, so let me pop back into Obet app. Obet. There we go. Okay. And we want this to be our gift code. Of course, there was an error. Alright. Unknown channel. Alright. First up, let me restart and rerun that so I can get a clean log. I think part of that was from a separate issue that's with my testing environment. I'll bet. Here we go. There's a nice clean error. So we are getting reply has already been sent or deferred is our error. If FAC, oh, first off, if not, I think we need to negate on this. I'm pretty sure FAC access returns. Yeah, enabled. Okay. Has access. Yeah. So it is a, I should put it in there. It's a Boolean. It is a Boolean that's true if you have access. So that's part of it. But we're also returning out of here, which should be short circuiting the follow up logic. It should not be throwing an error on this because we're not throwing errors anywhere. The only way that we would have to double replies is if it hit this and this. That's usually why I don't put that in here. So first off, let's just remove that error message. Back to what it was. Okay. If we run this command now, interaction already replied. in user.ts line 42. Interesting. It's somehow hitting this and this. That's a first. Hmm. I don't have a break at the end of this, do I? Yep. It's not. It's hitting both these guys. It shouldn't be hitting this. I think this is disabled on my server. Okay. It's disabled correctly now. So, I think I need to change my test entitlement. I think I might need to do this one off camera real quick. Give me just a moment. You should be giving full access. Here, I have those hidden now so I can share this. So, I have each of these SKUs ranked, and if you have a lower rank SKU, it gives you an upper rank SKU. Well, some of these aren't being used. But you can see the testing SKUs here at the end. Which means that it should be getting all the way to the end. So I need to dive into this and make sure I'm checking this correctly. Oh, there's two ways to disable this. Let me check and see if the other one. Here's our setup commands like we talked about before. This is our setup process. Don't update. Current value for this is, do you want to update it? No. No. Currently disabled. That's why it was. So let's allow redemption. No, this is another feature within here for in Discord. Anyone can react to a message if they can see the message. But there is a setting to block adding new reactions. So if the reaction is already there, they can react to it, even if you have block on nodes. So if you enable this, it will prevent reactions for users that have that setting disabled. So add new reaction becomes to block all reactions essentially. Um, this is a greeting, so you can automate greetings when new people join your server. All right. So let's hop in here. Now, if we run this, I don't like how long this is sitting here thinking. Nothing is showing up in the console either. Okay, let's kill that. Something's gone wrong. This should air out now. Oh, it's not though. Alright, so we're passing this now. I just realized, I think as part of this, I don't think we set. Let me rerun this. Oh, right. Let me restart that real quick. I don't know if we have the um, channel set. Would you like to update it? No. No. Landing page. No. King shot. Yes. I don't prompt for setting up the redemptions. That's not good. Setup, general. Well, first off, let's test this feature. So, which window should I be in? This one. Okay. I want to go to Dynamo. I can't show this. Sorry. I'm gonna go to Dynamo, and I'm gonna manually edit the config data for our test server. Just gonna require. Where's view? Explore table. There we go. Now to remember what the identifier is for the server. I'm pretty sure this is the one. And then I'm fairly certain these two are production servers. Let me copy this key and put it into this database. String field. No, it's a number field, not string field. Number field. Let's use this channel. Save. All right. We're in the same error, separate. But it did post. So we need to add the ability to set um, in our setup for general. It asks code redemption. Would you like to allow users to redeem gift codes? we don't prompt channel. All right, code redemption. Value, da, da, da. So if it's the same, don't change. The value is assigned as a Boolean, so this is whether or not it's enabled. We check to see if it's equal. This is in fact a Boolean value, right? Yes, okay. If I just realized I wrote this in a real weird way. So we do block reactions, user join, and then if we need it, we do code redemption. So this is looping through all of them, so this is not the right spot for this. Because this is a generic block of logic. What we want to do is how we're handling this. Oop, duplicate. What is this tied to? Code redemption. If we have access to code redemption, then All right, here we go. Channels. The hell is that making edits at? Oh, here's where I was making edits. I can't collapse the whole function or I lose my place. There we go. Channels key. Channels is this. Do we have channels? We don't have channels. Do we have fetch data on config? We do, so we can just add channels here. We do have to keep in mind it is now channels.im though. All right. And then instead of key, we want to use this. Actually, let's just set const key equal to that. Boom. And let's set const channel ID equal to this. This is going to be channel ID. All right. So now we've got our base block. So current value for King Shot giveaway is the stored channel ID. Would you like to update it? Yes or no. If value. So if it's not equal to 0, so 0 is the default, by the way. I should actually probably put that in here just to be safe. This is the default, and so if it is defaulted, then we skip this. If that, we want to skip this block of logic and go here. So that'd be the best way to do this. Where are we storing value? Value is stored up here. Okay. There's no good way to short circuit this. Where's a good old C++ go to? We could. Give me a second. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Hi. So we check to see if you have requested to update the channel. We've stored it into value. I hate to nest another if statement down here. I should change all this to a state machine. If value. So if it's not set, it skips this. So we want it to be true. This will set it to true or false based on if you want to do this next portion or not. We hop in here. What would you like the new channel to be? Which will prompt you for a channel. We then get this back, and if you have a value set in here, so you've passed too much or too little. So this would be 0 if size is 0 or 2 plus. So either none or 2 or more. Then we throw an error. Otherwise, we do our update. Our update is to get the ID of the first element. And if there is no ID, then we return that. We can do, nope, question mark here and like that, and then we can remove this statement, which allows us to remove that else. So if an ID exists, we try and get the ID with our fail through conditionals. So is there a value? If so, call first on it. If first exists as a function, call it, and then get the ID if this all exists. So now we either have an ID or we don't have an ID. If there's no ID, there's an error. There's nothing we can do. That's it. We also want to return here, I believe. No, we don't return here. We print out an error, and then we want to skip to the next thing. And so then we have the else case. Else if there was no change, you gave us the same channel. And then lastly, else attempt to update data for the config on key, which is king shot, type of number. Channel was updated to new thing here. If there's an error, we catch this is a specific error code for tied to database updates. So if it fails to hit DynamoDB, we just throw that back, like pass that through, um, if I remember correctly. In all other error cases, though, we have a generic handler. And then we also print out to the console so we can see our error logs. And then we throw, like if we're hitting this case, we want to throw. And I'm pretty sure this is not wrapped in a try catch, though it is. Setup channels is its own thing. So maybe we take this block and move it to the end. separately from it's saying like these are, not like these are. That should allow us to update our channel. Already reloaded. It is not a new command, it's an existing command. So we should be able to admin. No, don't update it. Tickets, no, don't update it. Landing page, no, don't update it. King shot. Would you like to have greeting message? No. Would you like to update it? Yes. Pound. Giveaway. We should be able to delete this thread, although we'll delete on its own. If we go in here and we run this code, it should post in here now. Because it's in here, it also has this. All of this is working correctly. We just need to handle this error that's still popping up. Okay. Let's walk through this. Here's a send. Interaction.reply. Here's a defer reply. That's our problem. Alright, so this defers our reply as a placeholder. We then can update it with our error cases. Let's also add a error occurred. Yep, that's what I want. And so now we can reply with our success cases. Success cased case. Error case for this, error case for this, and error case for this. Now, center deferred. Right. There's a different command for use after you defer it. Await interaction dot. Is it edit reply? We'll try it. Yeah, it's edit reply. Now we're not getting an error message. All right, and then we're going to delete message and delete message and pop that. I need this one off screen. Yeah, I'm glad I took that off screen. You tried to redeem an Obet app, but you have already redeemed this gift code. So the listeners are in fact working. So the logic to trigger redemptions from these are working, even though this is generated by the bot itself. So we now have an official command for it. So we should be good. going to deploy things. I don't have this environment set up to deploy. I'm going to have to use my laptop for that, so I'm going to do that later tonight. Uh, we are going to move this to Git adding new user commands with first command of gift code. I forgot what I called that command. I forgot what we were working on there for a second. With first command of gift code. Git push. Alright. Let's see if I have this open still. I do. Perfect. That's the tasks we wanted to cover for the day. We can pop this over here. Let me just check that message. I am going to create a reminder for myself to deploy the bot real quick for later tonight. Deploy new Obet code. There we go. Oh, I should probably actually set a time on this. Let's do it for 6 p.m. All right. We have our code updates done for that. I don't remember what else we were going to do today. Alright. So we knocked out both tasks for the Discord bot that we wanted to tackle. We knocked out updates that we wanted to cover for the stream. I mean, I didn't really have a whole lot planned for today. We do need to figure out what we're going to be doing for the next few days. I don't really want to spend the entire time just writing stuff for Discord bots. I'm kind of burned out on that after the last few months, getting that bot up and running and everything. So it might be. I I feel like this next week. We have 2 weeks, right? I'm gonna look at my calendar. The next 2 weeks, or I guess the week and a half we'll be streaming of the next 2 weeks, are going to be a combination of. Uh, sorry about that. They're going to be a combination of Godot and gaming, I think. See if there's anything I want to add. At some point, I need to put together our devlogs. I want to make some. I think I want to make a new. I'll probably do as a separate Discord bot. I think I want to make another Discord bot at some point to support Twitch streaming stuff. I'm not sure if I'll make it in as a new bot. Spinning up the infrastructure for a Discord bot doesn't sound particularly fun right now. But the concept for it was three main tasks that would cover. One, it would allow me to see people that are subscribed on Twitch and YouTube. And if you link your Twitch to your Discord, I can see that, and I should be able to provide a role for you so you can have access to that area within the Discord. Two, um, you can send an announcement to our streams channel. Uh, so when I go live on Twitch, the Discord bot would be able to see that and then update and auto post the announcement into the Discord. And then the third one is I want to be able to combine the chat feed from Twitch and YouTube into the channel in Discord so that I can just keep Discord open, which I keep open most of the time anyways, and I would be able to see the feed coming through and be able to more reliably respond to chat in there. I have them up on this window right now. They tend to work most of the time, but for some weird reason, they're the YouTube Studio and Twitch Creator Dashboard, is what they called, which is what I used for monitoring chats and making sure the stream's up and running and stuff like that. They're just unreliable. like, um, Twitch or YouTube's has a couple problems. The live chat versus top chat, so I'd be able to sort that out as part of feeding that into Discord without having to worry about that each time I open it up to make sure that I'm not missing messages. But it likes to just disconnect and not update chat sometimes, so I have to randomly refresh every now and then just to make sure that I'm actually still getting chat updates in the browser, which is annoying. And then Twitch chat has a similar problem, especially when I pop out the window. Um, it seems to be a little more reliable, but I wouldn't go so far as to call it reliable, which is super annoying. I can also get I would also be able to do viewership details. Maybe that's another thing I can add to this bot. Command to get viewership slash subscriber details from YouTube and Twitch. So that'd be kind of cool. Um, those are the things I was thinking for a Discord bot. So it would just help with the streaming side of things. And it would give me a nice new fresh project to play around in. I don't know if I'll probably do that one in JavaScript, not because it is the optimal tool or anything like that, just that I'm comfortable in it. I know the spin up and infrastructure, and I know I don't have to worry about that from a long-term maintainability standpoint. And it's also really easy to interface with yeah, HTTP APIs. That's one of the things that JavaScript's really good at. Like the, the browser's built around it. It's got to be good at it. And so the async fetch combination in JavaScript TypeScript is makes it really nice and clean and convenient to interface with that kind of stuff. As long as I'm not having to do a bunch of parsing of data or anything on that long line. I am curious to know how it is set up from a structural standpoint, so we would have to look into the APIs for it, which I guess we could do that really quickly. Um, this is not the window I want. Uh, Twitch API for chat. That would be a nice one as well, if I can update my schedule. Is a GET request for it? Is there a GET request? You can do a patch request to set vacation. Yeah, so I could do that. I can update, create, and delete broadcasting segments, which means that, if I'm not mistaken, Discord JavaScript API for getting events. Let's see the REST APIs. Actually, no, I want this. These are WebSocket events. This is not what I'm looking for. Social SDK, no. API reference for. Sure, let's do the HTTP API. Not seeing it in here anywhere. I wonder if you just can't get. What are they actually called? I'm pretty sure they just call them events. I've got one scheduled here. Yeah, event details. Is it a guild scheduled event? Yep, here we go. It's a guild scheduled event. You can create them, and you can fetch them. An active scheduled event for a stage channel where all users have left the stage channel is not what I'm looking at. An active scheduled event for a voice channel, no. An external event will automatically begin at the scheduled start time. An external event will automatically end the scheduled start time. An scheduled event which has not begun after its scheduled start time will be automatically canceled. What I want to know is, do they have I don't think they're called events. Discord API. Trigger sent when guild event schedule is updated. Let's see if there's an API, if there's a flag for it. Hey, according to AI, there is. Discord developer portal. I want to know where you got that reference from. Make it a little bit bigger for you guys. Oops. All right. So this event is sent when an event is created. So we can see when events are created, updated, deleted, users are added, and users are removed. Because we have delete, create, and update, I could add hooks so that at least on Twitch, maybe not YouTube, but at least on Twitch, when I update the event schedule for the server, it would update my Twitch streaming schedule as well. So those would always be in sync. That would be a useful feature, I think. Let me add that to the list. Update Twitch streaming schedule when, what's this called? Guild schedule event updates are fired. For create, update, and delete. The next question is, so Twitch has API hooks for changing my schedule. I'm sure they have API hooks for chat. Send and receive messages. You can post to chat messages. Chat messages are received using event subs channel chat messages. The event subscription lets you receive standard chat messages from a specific chat channel using the bot account specified in user ID. So I would need to register. This is going to be weird. My Discord bot will have to register with Discord, but it's also going to have the credentials to register as a bot with Twitch. This would allow it to handle sending and receiving messages. It's going to be a little weird. But that would allow us to subscribe for chat message events. We would also be able to spin up webhook and WebSocket events, which would allow us to do some moderation actions, trigger things when a channel receives a follow. any user sends a message to a specific chat room. Hmm. I wonder if we can just straight up use webhooks or WebSockets to directly connect without having to register as a chatbot. Because I don't need to post chat messages. I really just want to take a feed in. But we can get events, we can schedule events. I am interested in this though. Oh, you can download plugins directly for Unity, Unreal, and GameMaker. Interesting. You can just request the C++ code too, which will allow me to compile it down and throw it up for Godot if I wanted to. Interesting. I think this covers what we need then. Good to know. So we can definitely feed chat into Discord from Twitch. So let's see about YouTube. YouTube streaming API. In my experience, Google's documentation is phenomenal. Okay, so client-side libraries. Let's look at their JavaScript library. I don't need guides. That's the full Google API. I don't need that. Is it really their full YouTube API that you have access to? Hmm. I don't need to authorize requests. I mean, I will eventually. API Explorer. I want channels. Returns a collection of 0 more channel resources that match the request criteria. So you can fetch channels. I can get my subscribers by channel. I want to see information about, maybe it'd be under comments. What are activities? No. What are comment threads? Top level comment and replies. Okay. And then the comments. I can add replies. So this will get me a list of comments. try something. I'm worried this try it now is going to show a key. It is not auto-injecting anything. As a, what I need to know, is there a way to get when a user is live streaming? List of live broadcast resources. You're missing something, AI. This is their live stream API. Uh, a live broadcast resource. Which one is this one? The V3 Live Docs. Okay. So this is for live broadcasts. You can see um, get live broadcasts will return a list of YouTube broadcasts that match the API request parameters. What I need to know then is once you have live broadcast, let's do live streams overview. I want to know, we can see super chat. Here's chat messages. Enables a server streaming connection for receiving live chat messages. Is what we need. Server streaming. A Python demo of this endpoint. What are you connecting over? Let's do Node.js. gRPC. Simple route mapping application lets the clients get information about features on their route, create a summary, blah blah. With you can define our service with a proto supported language. Um, we also get the advantage of working with protocol buffers. These are cool, including efficiency realization. Blah blah blah. It is an RPC. Okay, well, we could do that for chat messages being streamed in. When can we get... I don't want to have to keep a WebSocket connected at all times. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to look into this deeper to see if there's a way to get like some sort of push notification sent. I'm willing to bet they probably don't have it. It's probably gonna have to be like establish a WebSocket connection, which I'm gonna have to keep live in order to get a notification saying when um, streams go live, which means that we need to keep we would need to keep a WebSocket connection going to Twitch and YouTube at all times. And if we wanted to allow other people to use this, and they don't allow us to do compound connection sets, we would need to not only keep one socket open, we'd have to keep one socket open per user. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's a lot of stuff going on our um, EC2 instance for the keep just for keep alive, which would be really bad for cost to us and performance. So that might be a bit of an issue. What's this bind? Binds a broadcast to a stream. Interesting. That is going to be a bit of a concern on the chat side for sure, as well as go live notifications. I wonder if we could tie it into OBS. I mean, I could create an OBS plugin that would do it. I can for sure create an OBS plugin that would do it. I'm looking at my targets briefly. I'm going to make sure this isn't interacting with anything. Okay, good. We have the option of sending RTMP, SRT/RIST, and WebRTC protocol to any URL with whatever authentication information we want. So we could, in theory, I'm not sure what the RTMP protocol, I'm not sure what this is. Real-time messaging protocol. SRT/RIST. Secure, reliable transport. Reliable internet stream transport. Are competing open source protocols for low latency, reliable video transport over the public internet. And then the third option was WebRTC, which should be it was yeah, it was RTC, real time chat. Um, Covers audio, video, and data streaming in browsers. Specifically, this is using WIP. Is that listed? Simplifying WebRTC streaming by using simple HTTP requests for signaling. Offer answers connect encoders like OBS to streaming servers, replacing complex custom setups, allowing for easy standardized live video ingestion with media flowing directly over WebRTC after initial handshake. All of these are designed around establishing and then just feeding data. Obviously, it's OBS. It's meant for streaming, which means, unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to just add a notification trigger without creating I can load custom scripts though. They are Lua scripts though. Oh, there's a Python script. Apparently I can write Python scripts. Uh, what script languages does OBS support? Python Lua. So I would need to refresh on Python or learn Lua. I don't have to do much with it. I literally just have to add a script that sends a notification when OBS goes live. Just pings with, I guess, whatever information I can get. I'm not sure what all data is available. If I could send, depends when it runs and what's available, I think. Because if I can see, like if it established a connection, spun up our streams, then I can see what streams have been established and are stored under what names on what channels. I would be able to send a notification saying YouTube, this user on this stream ID, for example, and that would drastically simplify the amount of things I need to do to be able to connect. And then I could just spin up a WebSocket for the duration of the stream. I'll have to look deeper into that. Look into when you connect to YouTube slash Twitch to reduce open. That's something we'd have to look deeper into in order to support that. I don't want to have to keep a constant endpoint stream going or route it through the Discord bot. That would be a lot of extra traffic that's not really needed. Uh, so in a perfect world, we can check based on something. We can see when events start in Discord, if I remember correctly. So if your Discord events are always up to date, when your stream goes live, we could set it up to where if you have an external event in Discord with the word Twitch or the word YouTube or both. Sorry, when a scheduled event goes live or active as they call it, we check to see if it's an entity type of external. If so, then we check the metadata for the location. In the location, if it has the keyword Twitch or has the keyword YouTube, then it would check your registered account against those. The downside is that if you are not live, yeah, the downside is it would have to be synced. So if you go live late, then you would have to run a command. If you that's a lot of edge cases that would need to be solved for that just having a constant socket connection open on would solve. I don't want to do that if we can avoid it though. There's just no, it's just basis of the internet. I can't just provide it an endpoint and be like, hey, tell me when you go live. I need to keep a connection open. Unless I want to poll, and I don't want to do that because I would have the same problem. I'll have to think about this. It would be nice to set up, but I don't want to have to go in and run a bunch of commands every time I do anything in Discord. Um, it'd be different if I can tie it into OBS or something, but then I got to distribute a plugin for anybody that wants it and yada yada. So, and it's also going to depend on what I have access to in OBS as part of the script. But in a perfect world, when the OBS script triggers, which should in theory be after streaming starts for your streaming services, I would be able to see what services you're streaming to on what accounts and ideally what video broadcast IDs. Like if your channel goes live, it's going to get a oh, in Twitch it doesn't, but in YouTube it gets a broadcast ID associated with it. But even if it doesn't, I can look up the endpoints. I can just be like, oh, you went live on Twitch. Ping Twitch for live, service on this account kind of thing. But I don't want to have to relay it through the server. So it would need to be a script. Because if I just do an RT or web RTC or whatever connection that I want through the Discord server, I could then have it relay, but then I would have to handle the streaming. It would be a constant stream of video coming through for each user, which is going to get that's not something I want to handle. Even just relaying that is going to have so much network traffic going through constantly that it's going to cause just massive spikes in server costs that we don't. There's no point. Um, I wonder if the chat bots. Does YouTube have something equivalent to a chat bot? I mean, it has to if Stream Elements has it. It's not what I want to know if it's probably set up the same way as Discord, which means it keeps a permanent connection. But see, the way it works in Discord is when your bot connects, like when it spins up, it lets Discord know on it via an endpoint. So it calls an endpoint. It says, "Hey, I'm available." It then just pings every now and then, and for keep alive, which is why there is that delay. Discord assumes it's live until a certain time period has gone without hearing from your server, and then it says, "Oh, it's offline." When sorry, when your Discord server, or sorry, Discord bot sends its "Hey, I'm available" endpoint call to YouTube, sorry, not YouTube, to Discord, it also includes connection details, and from that point forward, any server registered that calls and has a hook that would trigger, Discord servers then relay to your bot. And so effectively your bot functions kind of like a HTTP server on an endpoint, and Discord just calls that endpoint to pass you data. That's effectively what it's doing. And then your bot does the same to pass data to Discord, which means you don't have a constant live connection going. You just ping every now and then with status. And then anytime something happens, you ping one way or the other. That's all that needs to happen. That's fine. It's a relatively low cost to keep it up and running. And it looks like that's how it would work for Twitch chat, because it's an event sub. And so, yeah, so you can do load balancing on a wrapper, API calls, send messages. And so, let's see. It does use a WebSocket. Yeah, it's unfortunate. So when you spin up this chatbot, it will connect to a channel using OAuth to validate, and then a WebSocket connection. And so it spins up a WebSocket connection and just stays connected. We could use webhooks. So you want to use WebSockets when it's a thing that you turn on, you want it to connect, and then when you're done, you turn it off and it will disconnect. You want to use web hooks when it's a service that's constantly running, such as cloud chatbots. And so, since our chatbot will be running at all times, we use web hooks, and therefore it'll call and let us know. This is how Discord is established, is through the use of webhooks. So we have that option for chatbots, which will give us all chat information. We need to know what all events. It looks like we can get channel, goal, stream, and user subscriptions. What's the subscription types? Here it is. Okay. So these are all of our subscription types that we can do. So channel, a broadcaster updates their channel properties. Okay. Channel follow, channel chat. So a user sends a message. So it looks like we don't even need to monitor for when you go live. We can see when a user starts a stream though. So this would be an easy one for posting, hey, you know, I'm live kind of thing. We can do, and we can easily do chat messages. So when a message is posted to chat, so those would be. So what we need to know is YouTube Live API webhook. So we need to know ingestion protocol. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. need to know is this is the V3 Live. I actually do want to see that JavaScript. So this is the actual SDK that you'd be using. So I want to know the full reference. You set your API key, set your token, create an HTTP request. It's request object, batch API. And they don't mention anywhere in here anything about webhooks versus WebSockets on feeding data back. I think one of these had live chat message stream list. Represents the event that watch streams identify audio content, key points to break insert into live broadcast, API use cases. Um, Able users to predefine broadcast settings and then select a setting. Okay, associate video streams with broadcast, enable broadcast to define information using the YouTube Dave before you start. Authorize. Not seeing anything in here about push information. If we do live chat messages overview, all the information we need on how it looks. YouTube V3 Live. Connect to YouTube V3 Live webhook. So you have to handle it yourself. So in order for this to work, I would have to create a project in Google Cloud, GCP, then spin up PubSub, or sorry, they call it WebSub now, with a new topic linked to my YouTube channel ID. So it would get an event published to it, and then I would need to have my bot subscribe to listen on WebSub, and then that would push notifications. that's a nightmare. The moral of the story is that setting up this for Twitch will be quite easy. Setting this up for YouTube is going to be an absolute nightmare. And the main reason this is going to be an absolute nightmare is because I would need to, every time a user decided to install my app and registered their YouTube ID for their channel ID, I would need to update my subscription in GCP to start listening to that user. That that's not ideal. I think that kind of ruins this entire Discord bot strategy for me. It's not that we can't do it. It's just the amount of effort to incorporate YouTube into this is so high that it's not worth my time to do it just for me. That's unfortunate. Well, scratch that project then. What do we want to work on instead? I think I think the goal is Godot. We just focus back in on getting some fun projects in on Godot, which means we need to come up with a concept for what we want to do. It would be kind of fun to use our existing Discord bot and add some commands to be able to interface with a game. I don't know what that game would be, and this is where I struggle is the game design, like coming up with the game concept. What would be a fun game concept? I want it to be, herein lies the other problem. Discord does not lean to having a Discord game. I feel like it implies it is something that's always running and does not require a visual layout and view for it. Whereas something tied to Twitch chat, although I could do Twitch chat fairly easily, it does leave out the YouTube group, but the effort required to integrate YouTube is so phenomenally high that unless it's actively being used regularly and we have a significant number of YouTubers missing out on it, it's just not worth the effort. So I think we can go down the path of setting it up as a Discord interface, like setting up a Discord bot to interface with it, and we could tie it into Twitch chat. Let me find my markdown. Twitch and Discord interface commands for players. I think that would be a big one from a technical standpoint. But the second we do this, having the visual side of it stops making sense, particularly for this one. We could do it stream only. we should start from the stance. Man, it's so hard for me to look at these from a non-technical standpoint and start from a game design. I like want to build something technical, like deeply technical, and work backwards, figure out how it should look and how it should interact and all that stuff after some sort of interesting low-level technical mechanic. I don't know. I think this is going to be the direction we're taking next. I believe I'm fine to stream tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I'm streaming tomorrow. I might stream later tonight as well. We have started playing Marvel Rivals, a friend of mine and I, and so I might start streaming that a little bit throughout the day, or sorry, in the evenings. We'll see on that one. But the during the day tomorrow, I will probably stream a brainstorming session where we just continue down this path, figuring out what we want to do for our next project because we've got 2 weeks to work on something. And so I want to fill it with something. It needs to rely on the most important thing here is it is going to rely on Godot. We want to relearn Godot plus GD script. This is what we're going to be focusing in on. So look forward to that. Like I said, tomorrow we'll make sure projects spun up, all those fun things, and we'll start figuring out how we want to interface with it, what we want to display, what we want to do, all that fun stuff. Like I said, I would like to build it to where it ties into Twitch and Discord chat. Um, Discord's going to be a little bit weird. We might have to bidirectional tie that one so it posts to Discord saying when it goes live, or we could make it a headless thing to where it always runs on Discord and it's only available during streams on Twitch. But if we do it headless, I'm not sure what the purpose of having. I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. It would be kind of interesting, I feel like, to do a headless version that runs constantly, and you can, like, when you run commands, it will feed it back in through like ASCII or something to Discord. And then we also could tie it in to where it has a headed renderer that while we're live, we can have it run the renderer, and so it will show a visual version of it that we would build in Godot. We do still need to come up with the core concept. So this is what we're probably going to be focusing on tomorrow during stream when I hop on, which again, Central Time, roughly 10 a.m., which would be uh, 11 a.m. East Coast and 8 a.m. West Coast. So that's when we'll be dropping on for that. We want to land on our topic, and so we will start talking design concepts, games. We need to figure out uh, how the user interactions work. Um, what kind? How we want visual visual theme is what we'll call this one. So we need our technical goals, which that's what we'll do. We'll have user interactions, visual theme, and then gameplay loop. So we want to figure out something. I I'm not sure how we want to handle it just yet. Maybe we do something AI related. AI. We could tie it in using AI, train it on some data, and try and do that as chat versus AI or something. But that also has the problem then of it kind of treats all of chat as a single entity, which I don't. I think one of our technical goals here is that uh, all players can play simultaneously with single output render. I think that's going to be a big one. We want it to be to where anyone in chat can do things and engage and play, but it all would have to be boxed within a thing that we could visually have. Like it'd be nice on stream while it's running on stream if we could just have a kind of like how we have the in the bottom right over here, we've got this stream setup going, and so I just realized my camera's flipped. This is my right, which is the side of the screen that it's located on, which is you guys' left. So over here, in this section where you see the camera, I have that camera going. It would be nice if I could either replace that or add another one up above it, or maybe we do it, you know, off to the side or something like that. I don't know, maybe the other bottom right corner or the top right corner. I don't know, or bottom left, top right, something akin to that size that would showcase and visualize all of them, and I could just have it kind of like I do in the top. Well, I guess for you guys it's this side. Up in the top corner, opposite from my camera, I have the like a little snippet that shows the current playing song. Being able to incorporate it kind of like I do that through views. That's a live view of. I have my YouTube music running over here on the side window. That's just a live view of my literal music player. I just have it trimmed down and stuck in the corner. So getting it set up like that to where we just have a live view of it going, and so when stream starts, we just start the game. It would connect to the Discord bot, which would connect through webhooks, which we saw earlier, to our Twitch chat when chat goes live, and so it would always be connected on our Discord through our bot, and so that would give us the ability to have a constant running game at all times. And then it would get visualized during stream. I like that idea. So when we go headed, it just visualizes the current game state. Let me go ahead and save this to our desktop. We're going to call you chat game. We do need to come up with concepts on how, like what commands and how you interact. Um, we need to come up with what do we want it to look like, and then we need to come up with an interesting game loop. We don't want it to be boring. You know what I mean? Um, so I'm gonna think about this. I'm gonna have to hop off stream for a little while. Like I said, I'll try and game tonight. This might take us a little while to sign on something interesting. If we don't have a solid concept going tomorrow, then I'm probably just going to start diving into Code and Godot and trying to figure out how we can link those two together and stuff like that because I've never done anything from an online gaming standpoint in Godot. So I don't know how those scripts work. Um, what I'm probably end up doing is we will have to update the Discord bot to link to Twitch, which enables us to do some of the things like the go live messages. I can automate that. Um, that will probably be what we do next, and that would also give us a single interface to where the live running Obet, which is the bot I manage, that live running bot would be our interface for Godot to interface with. It would also be the interface for Discord and the interface for Twitch. So everything would just connect to that. It would maintain an own game state, and then Godot is just rendering game state. Discord and Twitch are controllers for game state. That's probably where we're going to end up. I feel like that's a pretty solid architectural solution for it. Um, but we'll see. I would like to build something that you guys can interact with, and I can't think of a better way to do it. Maybe we also render out to a website. This is starting to sound a whole lot like we shouldn't be using Godot. I'm not sure. I could build it all in web tech. I think a lot of it depends on what we land on for our gameplay loop. If it's a lot of like what do we want it to be? What do we want it to look like? What's the loop iteration? Are we talking See, when we talk like TCG, works great on Discord. Harder on Twitch. Not impossible. Odd though. Like I don't see how we'd render it back. On Discord you can have one-to-one Discord to user interactions, like Discord to bot interactions. Twitch, not so much. We can't really respond on a one-to-one in Twitch. So Twitch becomes a one-way street. Like when you send a command in Twitch, it triggers an update, and that update is universal. I can. So that gives us two options for our game. We either have a treat all of Twitch as a singular entity, and it's a 1v1 or like Twitch plays Pokemon, whatever. Twitch functions as a singular entity. That's option one. Or each Twitch player is an entity. And I bet I could do this as stream overlay. I'll have to think of that one. I might be able to do our OBS stream overlay as our renderer. I'm getting distracted. Um, Twitch is a singular entity, or each member in Twitch is an individual, which gets a little weird with Discord because when a viewer joins on Twitch, I get a notification, so I can add an entity, and when they leave, I can remove said entity. Discord, I don't know when people are live or not, so running it through Discord is a little weird on that front. It would be kind of interesting. I'm not sure what the interaction would be, but giving a list of commands that you guys could run that would be like, move left, move right, move up, move down, whatever, and that can render all of the users. I don't know if we want to do movement. I'm not sure what we could do after that. You know what I mean? Especially because it's going to have to be all users at the same time within the same area. That's going to be rough. I'm not sure what we could usefully do with that, I think is the problem we're running into. We'll have to think on it. It is what we're going to be focused on for the next week or so. We'll see where we can get. Alright, but thanks for joining me. We are wrapping things up for today. Like I said, I've started playing some Marvel Rivals in the evenings from time to time, so we might be hopping on stream for that. No promises though. I haven't started a stream with that just yet, but I do have someone that I've been playing with that is okay with streaming. Um, but yeah, again, thanks for joining me, and I will see you guys tomorrow.